Way of love, show the way of love, and the other side of the first love, let us see it all, redeem us in all our power, redeem us in all our strength and glory, redeem us in all our national and international rights of justice, Most High, redeem and deliver us of Israel, us of Jacob, Most High, us of Abraham, Most High, mighty God of Daniel, the mighty God of David, O David, house of David, Most High, the royal sons and daughters, give it your fire, it is very lifting up inside the ordinance, unto the Most High, the Johnny David, you know, this night, when I ride over the sun, and I ride over the hill of beast, go upon me in the sea, Most High, but David sit on my right hand till I bring your hand in thy footstool. That I hear the world at this time, Most High, Selassie, Ijahstars. Lead us to the United Nations, body and head and our power, Most High, to bring a human right to our people, the face of the earth, go in the prison, and go in the sidewalk, and go in the silver tomb, and go in the stress, who are also on the sidewalk, resting, and go in the tree, gather and sow together in all one truth and love, and bring the United Nations to equal right and justice, to manifest all these things of rights of the people, of the have-nots, and the kings, and the refugees, scatter the black refugees, the black sheep of the refugees scatter in the island Jamaica, Egypt, and all the Western world, Father, Rastafari, mighty by strength and power, and dominion black supremacy, together their spirit in the soul, and those who are sending to the deed and holy name, Father, as the great Messiah of Most High, Selassie, Rastafari, holy eye, Rastafari, Most High God, Jehovah. My Lord and my Lord, my King, and my Lord, to God, my right hand, and to have been there in thy footstool, holy eye. Rastafari. Yeah, you know, I remember we have a birthday this day. We have to give thanks to the mighty powers, and show it to me. The black heart, the black philosophy, you know. It's only words to love the black souls. It's only words to that of yourself, and hit yourself, and the other white souls. We are white souls who are enemy. I say white souls are the enemy, because they are enemy. So we say what African was in South, and I know that they don't turn black eye to look upon us, to give us a right now, right now, you put on the world, let us live continually. Hold on this thing, continue, hold on. Hold on the wicked side, what I see you. Bring them down and I feed their fire, strong upon them. Cut them down, Most High God, the whole Rastafari, Selassie. I ride, O Lord, and let not men live forever, but let them fear, O Most High, Jehovah. I know the Father of Zion, you give thanks and pray for your mighty strength and power. Knowing the law of Moses, our standard, and know the great and truth of the Christ, who are the right to the soul. Know the Most High, the eternal, the eternal, and he says, Elizabeth, our judgment, come, Most High, Selassie. With islands, anything, all in peace, every other partake of them, besides those who have more men, you know, then you know, and I don't see it, you know, right, so you know, they say heed to them. They come out of my feet, put a part here. I've been doing the thing, they do me the same words, you know, and what then oppressed all the funny, you know, the trouble there, you know, but then words, they're not solid, words not right, words not truthful, you know, they were not on life, dead words, and give out to dead teaching, dead everything, you know, so you're going to say, you are doing it to God, you are doing it to God. I will not take out everything out of you. God will do this to everyone, no time. That's right. Let us stand in the fullness, you know. Where I say, follow this, my son, but everything, get understanding, you know. And I get understanding. You have everything at a fullness, you know. So that are covered, that are showed, you know. And it's in the right sound to tell you know. Take, you know. Wherever we can take control, as I will say. We are no right, you know. We are country good for everyone to really country ourselves to be right. And country ourselves to be good, you know. Of the black Christ, you know. So that's to say, and the black Christ commandment, you know. Because if we don't take control of ourselves, and read them ourselves, Christ will come and read to one together. You come and read them ourselves. We must have truthfulness, we could read them ourselves. We are solid on a solid foundation as an international right to be approval in this time and a full redemption by the house of Israel. We have been here about Garvey, but in Jamaica, you know, and when leave. They show the right and we say that we could live. Christ also gave us a commandment, we could not die. We have, you know, we will not into love one another. And God command us to do. And do to all others, do our son to us. Say the prophet and everybody will come and show us. It's the light of our brother ourselves. And no matter where we are come from, we must be all coming up, all development, all development of mind and heart. In the Africa, we must really see and find out how it's right in itself. We are development of itself, of our black self. Development of our black culture, our black government, our black kingdom, our black life of ourselves. The natural approval of ourselves, solid right of ourselves, we take away our darkness from ourselves. Then we be like a fire with its own burden, 5 wide and 5 foolish. You know? So we have, take our eye in the lamp, the eye of truth, the eye of right, the eye of love, the eye of our power, and we could see to give a bright shining glory around us, and in our heart, soul, and body. So let's see the natural God is healing it. Don't talk about the God is flesh. Don't say they come out in God is flesh. The mother of God reality, the mother of black God reality. So when we say good, I just say how we come. Don't say one, I just say how we come. I say we could get an answer. As we make a how we make it say, how we create it say. Then, if I will create it, really God then, and let's see, I got it then. So what we don't, we can give it life, except we bring one from your father, bring one branch from a language, and your mother, you see in the home, and bring forth a child, you know, they'll find girl, a boy, a girl. Then, you see, I saw, so when you say, you write that and I say, you found the way, you see. So then you know it comes, you see. Then you come away, find out who goes out this special understanding. We turn back against it, hard against it. What I love, you follow them ourselves, then you leave down the evil with the story continually, because if my whole experience life now, I don't defend you. You leave the man down and go to the old who him got out of the straw. You know, you never get a straw too, we gotta just keep them up. Then run away from the one you never get a straw with, and come to the one who you never get a straw with. Yeah, you come back to the black Christ. Sons and daughters, you know. Sons and daughters, give them heart, and I give them fire in the kingdom. Yes, you can't worry now, this is what we answer now. Yes, sir. You say, but it's the cigar. Yes, sir. But you know. There's a sons, you can't find another, sons and daughters, give me your heart, and I give you my Father of a living kingdom. Yes, sir. This time was life, man, and life of a kingdom there. Yeah? But when I want to know, serve him, and when you tell you say, God, this ain't two words I know. This ain't power to you, and this ain't you know? And that's all know. And TV. That's on TV, you know? No churches, no loyalty to the church. You see? But you want to give that heart life here. You got to have a heart for a kingdom. And when you have a heart for a kingdom, the heart is said, you bring the sense of it, but be the kingdom. You see? But when you go down, you can down 6 foot 6. You can't go to the God kingdom, because you know where I'm myself, but you know that you put everybody again. They may put with eyes, but when you return it, everything is full of my myself, I'm going to corruption. Oh, yeah! And you cannot tell where they're gone by the time. So they go over. And then it says, everyone then to find out heaven. The earth will start up. The earth will start up because our lives good for the earth and lives bad for the earth. But you want right, I said no. Yeah, the first rule, I said no. The first creator of Jamaica, he said no. Here was no. He said no. Go and nobody at the sign of the seashore. What time? Rastafari. This is the authority. This can support all who say one nobody. And we can write this out to our hands and call the sea there. You see? There is a peculiar. And when you look at the world now, right now, you find that at the black way of the string, we have the population. No! Here is the rule I went to again. He said, if all I want takes so long to bring back the all flesh of the Quran of baby, the baby to have baby. Yeah? They have children most times. There will be one, there will be very much a tool. In sense that say children, there will be my children. Oh, yeah. And I heard, I see some word passed to me, they've been attending a bird country, a lot, so I bring that thing out. I got them go for the bar, you see, remind them, They did it for my sleep, but when you go through that doesn't mean, but I have a machine that already, you see. I don't know if I know in their slavery, they already have a stomach, I have a belly. They always say, one boy, say, it's a girl. One say, it's a boy. He said, let's have it. You see. And then they run a story, you know, and drop it, you know. But I don't want to get asking them because you're a slave. You see? Yeah? I mean, they don't carry the shit, I give a carry to the bargain to God, who time. That's it. Yeah. And I would like everyone right here, you know, where the 3 years is keenly, and take it in charge. And I open, you say, well, that's how here, motherfucker, you know? So if you do, the one how I fit out with me goes, you know, I have no trouble, you know? So you see, I have a good job in the bill, you know, you better retire to me goes, more time. You have trouble, you don't have a time with him. Don't be afraid, you know? They don't fear him. I'm fearing to know what he will do. I'm going to have it out, more time. He's a loving Savior. He's a true Savior. He's a right Savior. He's a humble Father for us all. He's one mother for us all. He will lead everybody. He's a bright and morning star, most high. That's right, yeah. That's it. Well, you know, so I about Garvey, I did my say Garvey. By the time I first one up, principal dignity in the earth, birth again, reincarnation. I just want this night, you know, fulfill all his mighty word, and mighty word is performed on the earth. So every time that the tower, I could get out here tonight and die for ourselves. We know they are being the Jones, by his books and black supremacy books, and royal yard, and royal yard door, and going up on the royal altar, the black supremacy altar, the royal guests around, the Prince of Mighty, the fall, in his mighty celebration, and honorable Messiah Garvey at the tower, showing them natural right in the world among his people. No, they said, the 23rd of last month, they said, I don't see and modesty, also the Foundation Day, the Princess Power, the 99 birthday, the chance and praise. I will tell you I'm moving up from that time right up to the 17th of this night. The guitar will research every night. Now the guitar will 40 days and 40 nights. We live in 40 and 5. Time of freedom with entire participation of human abroad to Black Africa, Black Ethiopia, Black Jerusalem, Black Sababa, Black Heaven and Heaven Earth, Black God, God of the Earth, Most High Selassie. Oh, blessed and blessed Trinity and all power and dominion and the Most High Selassie. Yeah. Yeah. One Father for us all, one Creator, one Maker, one Redeemer, one Great Shepherd, Most High Selassie.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, Majesty.
Honorable Priest, Majesty.
My Lord. The Reverend Prophet Jeff Reed, Majesty bless, my Lord.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
A conquering lion shall break every chain. Ethiopia Royal National Kingdom. Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of Salvation. The Sabbath to be kept holy. Formerly headquartered at 54B Spanish Town Road, and headquartered at 10 Mile Bull Bay. King Emmanuel 7, down the high God. This is a call.
Blessed love, honorable
unity.
family.
I, the
Glorify.
right honorable King Emmanuel Charles
My Lord
Edward,
and
the last
Empress.
servant, the black Christ in flesh, speak to all black Ethiopian sons and daughters from Jamaica to Africa.
Yes, Honorable Priest.
Also
Give thanks to life, man.
international.
Good to hear the E.A.B.I.C, you know?
All black sons and daughters universally are to drop X now and take up R. Say away with politics and politicians. Politicians cannot help anyone. They cannot take you to God. God do not want them, for they are evil. They only use you to kill off yourself. And when the time for you to unite yourself, love one another, stop voting X, for X is wrong from school days. It is slavery. Black Ethiopian, you should not be divided amongst yourselves. All workers universally should come together and work for themselves and stop supporting the politicians and the unions. They could not help you, for they are evil amongst you. They teach you to hate yourself. After they starve you, they then give you a gun to shoot yourself. They do not tell you to shoot the Indian, the Chinese, or the white man. They only teach you to shoot your black self. They do not teach you to shoot those whose belly is full, only your hungry black brothers and sisters. I, King Edward, the defender of human rights and justice, have been in this country since the time of the 14-man ruling to this present government. And I do not see what the politicians have done for the people, why the people love them so much. The only thing they have given you is brutality and starvation, and when you cry unto them, they say you have to bite the bullet. To what you are receiving now, it is better you stop working and find back a union with Christ and seek your homeland of Ethiopia, Africa. Withdraw from the white world, politician world. Do not work for a next man who do not look like you. Work for your black self. You must come to one unity like you did in 1938. Come to unity of strength and light of yourself in salvation and drop politicians. When you have a banana, break it among yourself and stop destroying yourself. When you destroy yourself, you destroy your life from yourself. When you destroy yourself, you destroy the love of fellowship from yourself. When you destroy yourself, you destroy salvation from yourself. When you destroy yourself, you destroy the glory of your Father from yourself and bring yourself to the evil of the evil world. Now is the time for you to find yourself in righteousness of salvation. Righteousness is mightier than sin. Righteousness exalts a nation, and sin bringeth the people to a reproach. Marcus Garvey have said that they could fool some of the people, but they could not fool all. Therefore let go politics and stop marking X, for X put back shekels on your feet, which is about to take you. Let your voices be heard, call out for Africa. If you want banana walk, look it in Africa. If you want cane field, look it in Africa. No one can run you from there, for Africa is your birthland from creation birth. The politicians do not teach you that you come from Africa, for they want you as a slave. They teach you that you have to die to see God, which is folly. For Christ say he is the God of the living and not of the dead. I am now showing you all that Africa belongs to you. God and goddesses can never change. So arise and own Africa 4 wings universally. Leave the evil world teaching and come to the union of the black Christ to save yourself. We are Ethiopians, we are African. We come down from the river Nile as a wise people. Because of this we are ever wise, although we are in the evil world. Therefore let us see the naturality of ourselves and do what is right. I and I who come down from the river Nile were well educated with wisdom, knowledge and understanding unto this day. That is why we are able to fill up ourselves with wisdom, knowledge and understanding in this time, to return forward up the Nile where we came from. Let us see ourselves as of Israelites. Let us see ourselves as of Ethiopian sons and daughters, because we are the royalty of the earth, gods and goddesses of the earth. The first birth is ours. Before any human being was on the face of the earth, the black man and woman was here, the black Christ in flesh and blood and the black Mary. Own God in flesh and blood and let go X. Own salvation in flesh and blood and let go Christianity. Politics cannot help you, Christianity cannot help you, for they all are Satanism. That is the way Satan set his world to hold you. Remember, he beat you to make you do the wrong and not the right. He beat the right out of you and turn you to wrong. Calling upon the people in Jamaica and worldwide to see what you are doing. It goes for those in the cane field, the factory, the office, the sidewalk, also the police and soldier. Calling upon the black police to remember that white police are coming in to kick you out and replace you. If you want to save yourself, you have to seek your homeland of Africa. Marcus Garvey said that in the last days, these days, you will have to drop your pants and join the line when the saints go marching in. I see again from the time of the 14-man rule into this government, you have not got anything except to break rock stone, and it should not be so, for Africa is your own. Time is running out, slavery is upon you again, shekel will catch your feet again. All those government houses that you are living into and cannot finish pay for will be taken away from you when America, Britain, Canada and the rest come in. As you can see, they are coming in already. There is no government in the country, for Queen Elizabeth II told the Prime Minister to turn the country into sports. That is why there is no work. This is Satan's kingdom. Society is Satan's kingdom, therefore all who make up the society world is Satan. That is why no good can come from them toward the people. Christ's kingdom do not carry society. Christ's kingdom is a kingdom of equality and justice where none is higher than the other. Now is the time for you to tie your belly and weep to fulfill Jeremiah 9. Calling upon black women to tie their belly with a black turban and weep for Africa to save yourself from slavery. No one know and not a day over. The people who work for Satan is Satan angel. I, the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward, am speaking to the black nation of people in Jamaica, also worldwide internationally, my brothers and sisters. We know that no one can fight against the prophecy of the Almighty God. Others will come around you and force you out of yourself to do something which cannot help you or help them either. It could only help them for a time. It is just like when the Honorable Marcus Garvey said that America would come down here and spend a lot of money. Honorable Marcus Garvey said that the black Ethiopian sons and daughters here in Jamaica should not rest their hope on America, because America is only for a short time through the judgment of the Almighty God. You must turn to Africa, that is where your eternity is. You must call upon the politicians for your freedom, redemption and international repatriation to Black Africa through 7 or 9 or 13 mile of Black Starliner high water ship. Find back your own vine and fig tree under the banners of the red, gold and green with black 5-point star and red, black and green with black 5-point star. Africa is the bread basket of the whole wide world. We the black Ethiopian Israelite know God because we were the first gods of the earth. I and I never built a bomb or made war with anyone. I and I rule under God in flesh and blood. The white world rule under the devil world of shadow and spirit. That is why they have the world under a dead philosophy of a spirit God that no one can see. Christ did prove himself to be God in flesh and blood, visible, touchable in St. Luke chapter 24. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Rastafari. So we come to bring back the world to God in flesh. The evil world do not show us of the living God in flesh, as we are doing now. The white world do not show us of the true divine brotherly and sisterly love amongst ourselves, as we are doing now. They only tell us that we have to die to see God, and the one who lost their dearly beloved never see them return to say that they have seen God. Calling upon black Ethiopians nationally and internationally and worldwide to drop the devil philosophy of the white world. Drop politics and find back God in flesh and blood. Selassie, Rastafari. I come to bring you back to find yourself, so that you could find your kingdom in flesh, while you live, not when you die. For dead men tell no tales. You must bring back yourself to be loyal and true. The evil world never taught us that the black world of people Christ salvation of the black world. Only one church stands to bring back all people to themselves, and that is the black Ethiopian Church of God in flesh. We do not mix the wrong with the right like how the world is doing, for that could not work. You could not leave flesh and done and take spirit alone. That would make you an antichrist. First Epistle John chapter 4. Give thanks for those who could bring back themselves to a naturality. The evil world fool us out of ourselves as if we did not come from anywhere. Yet they know that we come from Africa. Therefore they must return all black Ethiopians worldwide to our heaven. Africa for the African, those at home and us abroad, through Article 1 to 15 to 30 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Queen Elizabeth II, who is the Queen of Jamaica, declared that God knows in 1966 that the Jamaica government, which is this present government, is to hurry up and do what they are doing, for she wants America, Canada and New Zealand to come in and do her business. She also declared at King's House that there is an individual man in this country who no one is to molest, for in time to come, which is this time, this man shall be Lord over her Lord, the Black Christ. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Those that God knows could not say it was not so. The people must make the Jamaica government bring forth the individual man, or make Queen Elizabeth do so through the people's voice. The voice of the people is the voice of God. The people is the government. Therefore, anything the people want, they must get it. Ask for it in the right way. Freedom, redemption, and international repatriation to Black Africa. Calling upon the people nationally and internationally to drop politics, for politics is Satanism. X is Satanism, X is death. Those who are dead could not have eternal life. If Christ never come in this flesh and temple to bring us back to ourselves, no one would be saved, not even the white men with all their backship. Pray to live to see God in flesh. They take gun to kill us off because they want to rule, but they could not rule, for we are the first ruler. God bless us in ourselves to fulfill these words and keep the commandments of the Almighty. The Sabbath is to be kept holy. Exodus 20 and 31. 6 days may work be done, but the 7th is the Sabbath of rest. Sabbath start from 6 p.m. Friday to 6 p.m. Saturday. Also remember Deuteronomy 28 to 31. Study these chapters to bring back ourselves to reality and to bring back ourselves to a divine people. Selassie, Rastafari. Cast away bad mind and hatred from us and find back love and human settlement through Article 1. God bless all those who take the word of this program to bring back themselves. The first commandment is love with clean hands and pure heart. Therefore have bad heart and bad mind with no one. This message goes right through the root of Africa, 4 wings, and for us here also. Remember the promise, hold fast until I come. Behold, I come quickly. 1,000 years in my sight are like an evening gone. Freedom, redemption, and international repatriation. All prison doors to fly open, all captive to be set free universally. My peace I give unto you, not what the world giveth, but what I, Justice of Nazareth, the Black Christ, giveth peace and love. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Call upon all royal Ethiopian sons and daughters to own our Amharic, for that is our ancient language and culture from creation. Hope you mighty race you can accomplish what you will. We will be coming off the year for a short moment. Therefore, you must study this program carefully and bring back yourself to the right of these words until you hear from us again. God be with you till we meet again. King Emmanuel 7, down Ijah, Rastafari. Remember our celebration coming up on November 2nd as we celebrate the coronation of our God and King. 72 nation bow and crown him, King Selassie, Rastafari. God be with you till we meet at Nego's feet. I am the most right, Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward, the Lord Servant, the Black Christ in flesh, President of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Black Secretary General of Black United Nations, King of the Races. I Negos rule Israel, King Emmanuel VII, Jah, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari, my Lord.
And this is JBC Radio 1.
Into one vast organization to plant the banner of freedom on the great continent of Africa. If Europe is for Europeans, then Africa is for the black peoples of the world. Men and women as black as I am, and even more so, had believed themselves white under West Indian order of society. I was simply an impossible man to use openly the term Negro, yet everyone beneath his breath was calling the black man a nigger. I had to decide whether to please my friends and be one of the black whites of Jamaica and be reasonably prosperous, or come out openly and help improve and protect the integrity of the black millions and suffer. I decided to do the latter. There is no future for a people who deny their past. My foreparents, my grandparents, my mother and father did not suffer and die to give me an education to oppress, slight, or discourage my people. Whatsoever education I acquired out of their sacrifice of over 300 years, I shall use for the salvation of the 400 million Negroes of the world. And the day when I forsake my people, may God Almighty say there shall be no more light for you. I unequivocally rejected the racist assumptions of much white American Christianity, namely that God had created the black man inferior and that he had intended Negroes to be a servant class, hewers of wood and drawers of water. I predicated my view of man and the doctrine of Imago Dei. All men, regardless of color, were created in the image of God. From this premise followed the equality of all men and also the brotherhood of all men. The biblical injunction of Acts 17:26 reminds us that he created of one blood all nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth. I was most interested in brotherhood within his own race. If Negroes are created in God's image and Negroes are black, then God must in some sense be black. If the white man has the idea of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. We have found a new ideal. Whilst our God has no color, yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles, and since the white people have seen their God through white spectacles, we have only now started out to see our God through our own spectacles. We believe in the God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, the one God of all ages. That's the God in whom we believe, but we shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia. Do you know what it means to be a man? To be a man is to bear resemblance of the Creator, the image of the Creator. If you are conscious of the fact that you are created in the image of the Creator, then you are a man. Man is a religious being, that is to say, he must have some kind of belief, call it superstition or not. Man who has started to think traces his origin beyond man, and such has been groping in the dark to find out the source from whence he came, and by our own intuition, we have attributed that source to something beyond us, and in so believing, we accept the idea of a religion. Some make our God a God of fire, some make our God a God of water, some make our God a God of elements, and others of us accept the Christian belief. Man's religion is something we cannot eliminate from his system or destroy in him. Therefore, it is folly for any man to go about attacking another man's religion, because to him it is fundamental. You may be a Christian, you may be a Mohammedan, that is your religion. We are all entitled to our religious beliefs. Some of us are Catholics, some of us are Presbyterians, some of us are Baptists, and we deem it a right to adhere to our particular belief. The white world has always tried to rob and discredit us of our history. They tell us that Tutankhamun, the king of Egypt, who reigned about the year 1350 B.C., was not a black man, that the ancient civilization of Egypt and the pharaohs was not of our race. But that does not make the truth unreal. Every student of history of impartial mind knows that we once ruled the world. When white men were savages and barbarians living in caves, that thousands of Negro professionals at that time taught in the universities of Alexandria, then the seat of learning. No black man shall be truly respected until the race as a whole has emancipated itself through self-achievement and progress from universal prejudice. The black man will have to build his own government, industry, art, science, literature, and culture before the world will stop to consider him. Until then, we are but wards of a superior race and civilization and the outcasts of a standard social system. One of our problems historically is that we have always been reacting to initiatives taken by other people. To fight for African redemption does not mean that we must give up our domestic rights. It does not mean that we must become disloyal to any government or to any country wherein we were born. We can be as loyal American citizens or British subjects as the Irishman or the Jew, and yet fight for the redemption of Africa and complete emancipation of the race. We believe in the United States Constitution for the Americans, but we stand for the idea of Africa for the Africans. It is not our intention, our purpose to send all black people back to Africa. No. Those of us who go to Africa will become pioneers, pilgrim fathers of the new nation. It is the decision of the black man to make Africa a nation to which we can look for help and support, moral and physical, when ill-treated or abused for being black people. A strong man is strong everywhere. The first black heavyweight boxing champion of the world was Jack Johnson. He was a strong man, and he was strong everywhere he went. He had beaten his white opponents in Australia, he had beaten them in the United States, and he can beat them wherever they presented themselves. The African race could be like Jack Johnson. If it became strong in Africa, then it could be strong everywhere. For 250 years, we have struggled under the burden and rigors of slavery. We were brutalized, we were maimed, we were killed, we were ravaged in every way. We are men, we have souls, we have passions, we have feelings, we have hopes, we have desires like any other race. The cries raised all over the world, of Canada for the Canadians, of America for the Americans, of England for the English, of France for the French, of Germany for the Germans. Do you think it unreasonable that we, the blacks of the world, should raise a cry of Africa for the Africans? The Negro is a man. We represent the new Negro. His back is not yet to the wall. We do not want his back to the wall because that would be a peculiar and desperate position. We do not want him there. It is because of this that we are asking for a fair compromise. The Belgians have control of the Belgian Congo, which they cannot use. They have not the resources to develop nor the intelligence. The French have more territory than they can develop. There are certain parts of Africa in which you cannot live at all. Now it is for you to come together and give us a United States of Africa. We are not going to be a race without a country. God never intended it, and we are not going to abuse God's confidence in us as men. We are men, human beings, capable of the same acts as any other race, possessing under fair circumstances the same intelligence as any other race. Africa has been sleeping, not dead, only sleeping. Today Africa is walking around not only on its feet, but on its brains. You can enslave, as was done for 300 years, the bodies of men. You can shackle the hands of men. You can shackle the feet of men. You can imprison the bodies of men, but you cannot shackle or imprison the minds of men. Dive down, black men, and dig. Reach up, black men and women, and pull all nature's knowledge to you. Turn ye around and make a conquest of everything, north and south, east and west. And then when you have wrought well, you will have merited God's blessing. You'll have become God's chosen people, and naturally you'll become leaders of the world. And as you bow down to the white man today, so will other races bow down to you and call you a race of masters because of the superiority of your minds and your achievements. No race has the last word on culture and on civilization. You do not know what a black man is capable of. You do not know what he's thinking. You are thinking in terms of battleships, of dreadnoughts, of submarines, of aeroplanes. Do you know what we are thinking about? That is our own private business. So give us credit for being able to use our minds, and with people becoming conscious of themselves, determined to use their minds, you do not know to what extent they can go. Liberate the minds of men, and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Do you know that the black man is thinking in terms of perpetual motion? He's also thinking in terms of the hidden mysteries of the world, and you do not know what the oppressed and depressed by virtue of his condition and circumstance may give to the world as a surprise. Do you know that when men are forced to do things, they do them with greater effect than when they're not forced to do them? Are you going to force us into a corner where we have to think and think evil? For God's sake, do not force 280 million black men to think evil as to be a menace to the world. Do not force us to think that way. Give us a chance to live in ease as you are living, so that we can bring out those latent hidden powers which made a Newton give us a Huxley and a Darwin. We are capable of giving such men to the world if forced into a corner to think. We are a peace-loving people. We love humanity. We love the white race, not for social fellowship, but in the common brotherhood that God intended we should live. What satisfaction can anyone get in being happy and see his brother wallowing in dirt, filth, and disease? How can men feel happy living in luxuries when others are living in disease? And then when someone tries to help the other out of the disease, the subtle culprit talks about disloyalty. My greatest desire is to see all humanity happy, whether white, yellow, or black, because I know God made this wonderful world for all mankind. The black men of Carthage, the black men of Ethiopia, the black men of Egypt, of Timbuktu and Alexandria gave the light of civilization to the world. Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands unto God, and princes shall come out of Egypt. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave you. The race that leads another is always a race of masters, and the race that is led will always remain a race of slaves. They have given leadership to our foreparents, and that leadership made them slaves. We have decided to find a leadership of our own to make ourselves free men. The great scholars, after passing through our schools, their colleges, their universities, have thrown away the blessed record. Babylon did it, Assyria did it, France under Napoleon did it, Germany under Prince von Bismarck did it, Great Britain under William Pitt Earl of Chatham did it, America under George Washington did it, Africa with 400 million black people can do it. If you cannot do it, if you are not prepared to do it, then you will die. You race of cowards, you race of imbeciles, you race of good-for-nothings. If you cannot do what other men have done, what other races have done, what other nations have done, then you had better die. Can we do it? We can do it. We shall do it. We have prayed to God for the vision and for leadership, and He Himself is now our leader, and He has given us a universal vision, a vision that will not limit our possibilities to America, a vision that will not limit our possibilities to the West Indies, but a vision that says there must be a free and redeemed Africa. If we must solve this American problem, if we must solve the West Indian problem, we shall solve it only for the glory of a great empire. We shall solve it only for the glory of a great dominion, a great republic upon which the sun will never set. Whatsoever man has done, man must do. And methinks looking into your eyes, I see great warriors rising up in the cause of African freedom. Methinks I see in the eyes of some of you men a Brutus reading in his tent at Philippi, a Richard Coeur de Leon bearing down on the galleons of Spain, and Napoleon storming the bridge of Lodi. Yea, men looking into your eyes, methinks I see a crowned prince storming the forts at Verdun. Yea, more a Marshal Joffrey marching before the French artillery to win at the Marne, everlasting glory for France. And in the eyes of some of you women, I see a Florence Nightingale rising up to do service, not in the Crimean battlefield, but the battlefields of Africa, leading the hundreds and thousands of Black Cross nurses, following the millions of African legions who shall march out to do battle for the everlasting glory of Africa. I see a Joan of Arc, not the white woman of France, but a black woman of Africa, snatch up the flag of the red, the black, and the green, and say to 400 black men, follow me. Shall we make it? By the Almighty and the eternal heavens we have pledged to make it. Give us a standard bearer of Christ. Let him lead and we will follow. Christ the crucified, Christ the despised. We appeal to you from the great memories of the past. We appeal to you for help, for succor, and for leadership. When you endeavor to carry your burden up the heights of Calvary, when white men scorned you, when white men spurned you, when white men spat upon you, when white men pierced your side out of which blood and water gushed forth, it was a black man in the name of Simon the Syrian who took the cross and bore it on the heights of Calvary. So now, when we are climbing our Calvary, the burden being heavy, we ask that you help us on up the journey up the heights. Surely we shall not turn back. The cause is grand, the cause is glorious. Sail on, O mighty ship of state, sail on. We shall not stop now. We shall sail on until the red, the black, and the green is perched upon the hilltops of Africa. Classes, nations, and races which have been quite quiet for over 4 centuries, and who has been the hewer of wood and drawers of water for other men, who has merely borne abuse, insult, and humiliation for many generations, whose patience, docility, and forbearance can only be compared to the prophet Job, has likewise lifted his bowed head and raised it up to God's skies and cried out, I am a man, and demand a man's chance and a man's treatment in the world. Black people had always been oppressed because of our race. We should therefore strive to put our own racial self-interest first in everything we do. We should support our own businessmen, professionals, writers, athletes, and so on, provided that these persons also have their people's interest at heart. Black people should see beauty in their own kind and not try to bleach their skins or otherwise look like what we're not. In the days of slavery, miscegenation, or race mixture had occurred because the African woman had no protection from the slave master. So there is now no need for black people to themselves freely continue a practice that smacks so much of slavery. Our critics say that the race problem will be solved through higher education, through better education, that black and white will come together. That day will never come until Africa is redeemed. If those who, like W.E.B. Du Bois, believe that the race problem can be solved in America through higher education, they will work between now and eternity and never see the problem solved. God made man Lord of his creation, gave him ownership and possession of the world, and you have been so darned lazy that you have allowed the other fellow to run away with the whole world, and now he's bluffing you and letting you know that the world belongs to him and that you have no part in it. I do not have to apologize to anybody for being black, because God Almighty knew what he was doing when he made me black. If black people knew their glorious past, then they would be more inclined to respect themselves. I shall teach a black man to see beauty in himself and be hanged to the man who said shall not be so. You've heard of Johnny Walker. Well, he had his adversities and he's still going strong, but I intend with your assistance and God's grace to continue. And my work has just begun, and when the history of my suffering is complete, then future generations will have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. I know, and I know you too believe in time, but we shall wait patiently for 200 years if need be to face our enemies through our posterity. After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death I shall come back to serve, even as I've served before. In life I shall be the same, in death I shall be a terror to the foes of African liberty. If death has power, then count on me in death to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake or a cyclone or plague or pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I shall never desert you and make your enemies triumph over you. Will I not go to hell 1,000,000 times for you? If I die in Atlanta, my work shall not only then begin, but I shall live in the physical or the spiritual to see the day of Africa's glory. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black, and the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions up the heights of triumph with the colors that you well know. Look for me in the whirlwind or a storm. Look for me all around you, for with God's grace I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies, and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. The civilization today is gone drunk and crazy with its power, and by such it seeks through injustice, fraud, and lies to crush the unfortunate. But if I'm apparently crushed by the system of influence and misdirected power, my cause shall rise again to plague the conscience of the corrupt. For this I'm satisfied, and for you I repeat, I'm glad to suffer and even die. Again I say, cheer up, for better days are ahead. I shall rise.
Me I tell you, mindset.
courts of Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. We were glad when they said unto us, come and let us dwell in the house of the Most High, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down unto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion, come with the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, equal life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah, God, Jah Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, great and terrible God, Jah Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Because thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is in me, bless his holy name. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. We are not divided, all one goody we, I and I, Selassie I, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. We call upon the Honorable Mother Macy to start and give us a chorus so it can put us in the proper frame of mind. Father Moses is our life giver, Redeemer, King, Creator.
Mama made the unmute. Yes, thank you.
Oh, God.
All right, me start it again and you pick it up.
Hold on, Majesty. Hold on a little bit. Wait, then I'm getting. Me no know. No, hear me?
Yeah.
1 second. Yes. We hear
All right. Go ahead, Priest Samsley.
Father Moses is our life giver, Redeemer, King, Creator.
What
what joy,
joy.
Israel, what a
joy.
House of Israel, what a joy. Joy. Israel, what a joy.
Joy.
Say we ever stand by Jah's side to defend our truths and right.
What a joy.
Joy. Israel, what a joy. House of Israel, what a joy. Joy. Israel, what a joy. 7 miles of ships are on the way. They are coming for us, children.
What a joy.
Joy. Israel, what a joy. House of Israel, what a joy. Joy, joy,
Joy,
joy,
joy, joy,
joy.
joy.
Israel, what
Israel,
a
what a
joy.
joy. Joy,
Joy.
joy.
One time again.
Yes.
Father Moses
Moses
is
is
alive.
life giver.
Redeemer,
Giver.
King, Creator.
Creator.
Oh, what a joy. Joy, joy,
Joy,
joy.
joy, joy.
Israel, what
Israel,
a
what a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
Joy,
joy.
joy.
House of Israel, what
Israel,
a
what a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
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 joy.
joy.
Israel, what
Israel,
a
what a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
Joy,
joy.
joy.
Say we ever stand by
I
just
just
stand
sigh.
to defend our truths and right.
Right.
Oh, what a joy. Joy,
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 joy.
joy, joy.
Israel,
Live
what
what
a
a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
Joy,
joy.
joy.
House of
Stars
Israel, what
and
a
what a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
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 joy.
joy.
Israel, what
Israel,
a
what a
joy.
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 Joy, joy.
7 miles of
Of
ships
ships
are on the
on the
way.
way.
They are coming
Coming
for
for
us, God's
just
children.
children.
Oh, what
Oh,
a
what a
joy.
joy. Joy,
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 joy.
joy.
joy, joy.
Israel, what a
What a
joy.
joy. Joy, joy.
Coming down. House of Israel, what
Israel,
a
what a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
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 joy.
joy.
Israel,
Israel,
what
what
a
a
joy.
joy.
Joy,
Joy, joy.
joy. Holy Mount
Mount
Zion.
Zion,
Zion, Zion.
Yana, Lord, holy Mount Zion,
Zion,
Zion.
Zion.
Zion. Hail Priest Timesley. Take it over, Majesty.
Selassie,
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Aye.
We are not divided, all one goody we. One in hope and doctrine, one in charity. I and I,
And
Selassie, Jah,
I.
Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, Priest Timesley. How that go, family? Let us hear from the family. How that sing, family? Oh,
Wow, more timing.
mm.
It's okay, but we need more timing to listen to one another's voice, make it more melody.
It cannot be so timing, priest Paul, because we're
Very,
on Zoom
Yeah,
and
it
we
have a
have a
very
delay.
delay.
Have
regardless.
a delay.
Delay. So it cannot be timing like how we want it to be, Majesty, because we have delay on the Zoom, all right? But it can
Yeah,
pass.
but
Can it pass?
for me, it was more timing and more, Yeah, singing is
Majesty.
something where it's from our heart, where I give it out to really attract because it's like now we're upon live stream. Hear how it sound among ourselves still. But anyway, yeah, mush it.
Thanks
That
for your
I'm
word,
on
Majesty.
suggestion
Absolutely.
still. Yeah.
Give thanks for your honest opinion, my Lord. It was a new thing we tried this morning. Suggestion
Yeah.
that we did make, and we see how it go. So we give thanks for the feed forward, my Lord.
My Lord.
Blessed love.
Majesty. So moving forward, we'd like to call on the Honorable Empress Trisha to give us a roll call, and then Honorable Priest Lamont could I give us a word of welcome as the Honorable Co-Chair, my Lord.
Blessed
Well,
Lord.
Majesty.
Yeah, the screen. Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for life and a mighty life giver. Give thanks for another day of reasoning one to another. Roll call for the E.A.B.I.C Council of Elders today, April 13th, 2025, 12:41 p.m. I'm sorry, we have ones coming in. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Snappy.
Greetings, family.
Honorable Priest Lamont.
Blessed greetings, Honorable Empress, love royal family.
Honorable Priest Knuckles.
Blessed love royal family.
Honorable Priest Rastavana.
Present.
Honorable Priest Paul Barista Babo.
Rastafari blessings.
Honorable Priest Seven.
Blessed love Israel.
Honorable Priest Ilamna.
Blessed love to the royal house.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
Lord and Empress royal family, all blessing.
Honorable Priest Brown.
Blessed love to the royal family, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Prophet Okito.
Present in the royal session.
Honorable Prophet Ijahstar.
Blessed love, honor, family. Glorify.
Right. Honorable Prophet Jamaica.
Blessed love royal family.
Honorable Empress Mariam.
Unmute your mic, Honor Empress.
Queen Mother. She's present.
Present.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Blessed love, royal family. Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Sandra.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed Sister Trish. You hear me now?
Honorable Empress Kishmet.
Blessed heart and love to the royal family. Give thanks for this day. Blessed.
And myself, Honorable Empress Trisha. Let the records reflect that there are 18 members present at the time of the meeting's opening. Priest reasoning number 10. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Back to the chair.
Give thanks, Honorable Chair, for the road call, Honorable Royal Tech for the road call. Honorable Priest Lamont, Co-Chair, can give us our opening word, and after Honorable Priest Knuckles. My lord.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Priest Ainsley. Thanks. Let me say greetings again, royal family. I have to say thanks for being in the presence of the Royal Council of Elders. I've been in for quite a while, and my joy is always full when I am in the presence of the council and the honorable brethren. I'm very thankful for I that have come to the meeting. Thanks, and we look forward to a productive reasoning, as our reasoning have been proven to be productive most of the times, or all the times, I have to say. And from everything, there is something to learn. Sometimes it goes the way that we think and the way we would want, and sometimes it does not go that way. But in all things, glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Divine Mother and Holy One. Give thanks for I again, and I return the floor to the Honorable Chair. Blessed love, my Lord.
Majesty bless. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont, and we glorify your presence. It's always cherished. Honorable Kess Ingram.
To the chair, before Priest Knuckles, to the chair is Priest Earl, in your presence, Priest Lamont?
Oh, no, I just talked with him. He's, the credit is going to get to his phone in a moment. The person shop is good.
Give thanks. We also have a new member on here, a new Raul Romero Guzman. Unmute your mic and bless the family.
Honorable, can I unmute your mic? Prophet or Priest Ronald. And probably not near his phone, so anyway, we'll call on him a little later on. Honorable Priest Knuckles, you can give the house a opening welcoming word, my lad.
Give thanks, my Lord and Majesty. First of all, once again, we give thanks for life this day and this moment. Give thanks for this opportunity to come together and to glorify our Father and our Mother of creation, and to share amongst ourselves wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that He has imputed in us, that we could uplift ourselves and those that are listening and those that would come to listen and see a light within this tradition that the Black Christ has given us, a pathway to uplift ourselves within spiritual development, spiritual and temporal development, you know, and glorify Him who has given us this pathway. We give thanks with the brothers and sisters enjoying in this atmosphere of the brotherhood of God and the sisterhood of God, which is only when I come to King Emmanuel, Charles Edwards, I was introduced to such terms, you know, to know that we are all of the kingdom of God, and we glorify this moment where we'll share in our meditation and our spiritual wisdom that might enhance us as a group going forward. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Majesty bless, Honorable Priest. Glorify and give thanks. Our topic of discussion for this 10th priest reason so far, topic of discussion, the priesthood order and the relevance of divine truth. The value of truth is death a human reality or a wages of sin? Also, we will try to revive some ancient hymns and choruses. And after that, I guess, you know, we'll have a discussion. So this is where we are today. So you can start back at the first one, Empress. The priesthood order and the relevance of divine truth. Well, we see, Honorable Priest.
No, go ahead, my lad. I was just gonna check the text. I was just gonna check the text if there was any other
literature to read.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And Priest, is there any more that you'd rather put up for me to read first?
There's a literature, I think, that the priest is reading. I'm not sure who's reading.
Go ahead, Priest. Go ahead, Priest. I'm with your statement, and I will come into the reading if there is nothing else.
All right.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Yes, my Lord Empress. So, you know, the priesthood order and the relevance of divine truth, you know. So we see 40 years ago, or less for some, that we met with the Honorable, you know, priest, King Emmanuel, Charles Edwards, and he set us on a mission. He gave us some divine titles and put us on a path wherein we see this time, 40 years after.
Recording in progress.
we even starting to understand it, you know, a little bit better, you know, and just what the responsibility of being called a priest. I have a saying where I tell someone, it's not a nickname, it's an office. It comes with a responsibility, you know, and an accountability. So this is where we are at the moment, and the relevance of divine truth in that in our discourse, especially on the altar, we must say things that is relevant to the truth. You know, one simple example I'll put, and then I'll tell it to the honorable priest, is that we usually say 11,000 Black Africa, 11,000 miles above sea level. And through understanding, we get to say, well, first of all, you don't measure heights by miles. So that relevance, that is not a truth fact. You know, we understand it's about actually 4,000 meters or feet above sea level, but it is not 11,000 miles. So that is just one little example, or we say the relevance of divine truth. I mean to say, when we put out the culture, it must be relevant. It must be hand in hand with what is truth and facts. Majesty bless. My Lord, you can go ahead.
Okay, this blessed love family, greetings to everyone, all protocols observed. You know, give thanks to everyone that has taken time to be a part of this priesthood discussion. Yeah, it is an honor and a privilege for I, Priest Rasabana, to be in the midst of all these stages and, you know, royal saints and apostles of the Most High. This piece of text here is to kind of set a mindset as we indulge in to the depth of our spiritual consciousness within this discussion. In the 1st century AD, continuing reading. In the 1st century AD, Kush, known today as Ethiopia, embraced a new form of discipline in religion, Christianity. Ethiopia freely took the concept and molded it into the fabric of their culture. People the continent over had traditional practices that honored a creator and which predated the Eurocentric religions. Today, Western African people are trying to maintain a sense of origin and have created hybrid African cultures such as Maroon and Rastafari. The original Maroon people were about seeking autonomy from the colonial system. Rastafari rose as a resistance to colonialization, rejecting the practices and traditions of the Spanish, British, French, Dutch, and Italian/Roman colonizers. How then did Rastafari get trapped into a Bible system? Today, Rastafari are far different from the youth black faith or Sons of Thunder era. Much different from the African National Congress, Peacemakers, or Zion Coptic. Africans have always had a transcendental cultural concept with empirical evidentiary manifestation. Faith-based religions or religious practices became a standard when Western influence also became the global standard philosophy. The early Rastafari knew the scriptures, but understood far beyond religious interpretations. Science or astronomy was infused into their spiritual views. Today, many of the groups and their leadership have embraced a form of Christianity, not as the ancient Ethiopians did, but more like what modern Western Christianity professes. In the 1st century AD, Ethiopians had the privilege of assimilation with the African philosophy, which shaped the foundation of their concept of Christianity. This here is a key point, family, as we go through, I will repeat again. In the 1st century AD, Ethiopians had the privilege of assimilation with African philosophy, which shaped the foundation of their concept of Christianity. That is why after the ecumenical conference of the 3rd through 5th centuries, held by Pope Constantine and the European Christian fraternity, concluded, the European diocese and the original Orthodox.
Ethiopian.
Sorry, repeat. The Ethiopian diocese and the original Orthodoxy refused to embrace the new narrative, the interpretation of the nature of God, the Father, as in relationship to God the Son. This, among other new ideologies of Western religions, were rejected by the Oriental Orthodoxy.
Original.
Go ahead.
Original Orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
You said Oriental.
Oh, sorry. Okay. As a student of theological studies, what is unfolding from the evidence of antiquity in manuscripts and scrolls, they can increase the size of the writing a little.
No, I can't. Let me read it. I pray thee, my Lord. Continue on reading. As a student of theological studies, what is unfolding from the evidence of antiquity in manuscripts and scrolls, they identify the mental evolution of humanity. The human faculty has developed over time and was not created as advanced as the human mind is today. Man's capacity for reasoning and logics grew as each generation built on the accumulated information of their predecessor. Add to this the fallibility of humanity and the errors made along the journey. How then can religious zealots and practitioners speak so absolute about a belief, faith-based meaning, without empirical evidence? In reality, a lot of religious illustrations are of an esoteric nature, above human capacity. The conscious critical thinker uses priori to deduce reality from fiction, knowledge existing independently of an experience. Deductive reasoning, moving from general principles to specific conclusions. In other words, relying on one's self-evident truth. Posteriori knowledge or information gained from observation or personal experience cannot quantify spiritual experiences. This is where priori comes in, using logic and deductive reasoning ability. The concept of religious practices, while having a great philosophical implication and human influence, has no physical impact on nature and natural science. This pious nature of humans does not influence cosmic reality. While faith in oneself can inspire great actions, faith expressed in religion can only serve an influence on the physical plane, but within the cosmos, spiritual consciousness is the key factor. Religion, wars, money, racism, and political power are all human constructs that have failed to elevate humanity from their savagery. A person who lives a life of service to his fellow man and whose expression is based on love, but who have never professed a religious belief or attended a church ceremony, it is said, have no power to enter the kingdom of God. But someone who
Has no
did
hope.
eat
Has no hope. Has no hope. Has no hope.
has no hope to enter the kingdom of God. But someone who did evil most of their life and shortly before death baptized and changed their ways is granted entry into God's kingdom. But the human who lives a life without guile or sin is excluded because he didn't accept someone else's interpretation of his spirituality. Here again is another inconsistency. If spirituality is a personal connection with the Creator, how can
Repeat again.
someone
Correction. If, not is.
Here again is another inconsistency. If spirituality is a personal connection with the Creator, how can someone outside of the individual define their reality? I said all this to ask, how then did Rastafari become religious? A people whose original character was based on nature and naturalness. My Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless, Honorable Empress, give thanks for the reading there. Honorable Priest Rastafari, seeing that you put this together, you can give a clearance.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks. As a thought-provoking piece, it incites the concept of Rastafari, original purpose and intent. You know, while we have placed a great emphasis on our, let's call it, theological aspect of development, Rastafari in its original concept was a resistance movement that had a naturalness about it. It was based on moving closer to Mother Nature. It was based on obeying the laws of Mother Nature versus what we see as a standard in the world, where man tried to defy the laws of nature and compete against the laws of nature, thinking that because we have the concept of free will or the gift of free will, we can supersede the science that the Creator placed within nature. Saying all that to say, we have moved from that in our evolution. And this is historical fact. This is not an opinion. We have moved because we place now, if you look on the three main Rastafari groups, they have become more comfortable in their ceremonial aspect of function than in agitation or resistance in today's world. So it's taking you through that aspect of it. It's also showing you now where Ethiopia in embracing, moving away from African spirituality then, or let us not say moving away, but in combining the, at that time, new theological concept of Christianity into their African spirituality. They had a new, unique opportunity to base it on their cultural practices. So there, that's where, a lot of the reasoning, a lot of times you hear out there where ones are saying the Ethiopian version of the Bible is different from the James version, and the Ethiopian principles and practices within Christianity are a little somewhat different from the Eurocentric practices, because the Ethiopians assimilated it, brought it into something that already existed. And it was not hard, because a lot of what Christianity was coming with was rooted in thousands of years of tradition. Christianity and religion and the Eurocentric aspect of it only formalized what already existed. So what they did, they learned from our ancestors, teaching theology and sciences to them. They took the foundation that they got, went back to Europe, and they built on it, which is their right. This is not a criticism. This is just an assessment. They built on the concept of what they learned and made their version of it. When the Ethiopians embraced Christianity, because they predated European, that is one of the things that the emperor always kind of amplifies or highlights, that Ethiopia, some say it's the 3rd century, but a lot of historians have identified it as the 1st century AD, embraced the whole theological concept of Christianity. So they merged it into what existed, and they did not have it wasn't a newness to them. Maybe the some little ways in which it was now termed and phrased. So going on now back to going into the 3rd century with Constantine, everyone knows of the Council of Nicaea and Chalcedon and Ephesus. Those councils created the narrative that we hear today in the expression of Western Christianity. The Oriental Orthodoxy did not sign to that. What they came up with after their councils, the way they defined the concept of God and the Son, God the Father and God the Son, they did not align themselves with that. They stayed true to their original narrative that predated the formalized religion, that came from their ancestors, how their ancestors expressed the divine concept of God within both the man and the woman, which is also a difference from European Christianity, because European Christianity doesn't highlight the feminine energy, only the male. So yeah, I'll leave it there and back to the chair.
My Lord. Well, we give thanks for your clearance, and the floor will be open. If any man have a point to bring on that reason, that just move forward, or something to add to it, or what you think of it. My Lord, as a priest reason, so we just, edifying ourselves and identifying our culture, from our original concept. My Lord and Empress, so the floor is open.
Honorable Chair.
My Lord.
My Lord. Yeah, well, the Romans did acknowledge Mary, because in the Roman Catholic Church, they'll be praying, Hail Mary, Mother of God. So to an extent, and I think that's the only church who does say a prayer like that, as far as Western Church. My Lord.
My Lord.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses.
Honorable Priest Oswald, my Lord.
Divine love. Well put across, Empress Trisha, well read, and Priest Rashawana for explaining what is really going on. Because the Africans, to me, the Ethiopians, it was familiar to something they were dealing with before, which history doesn't tell us. How they adjusted and adapt and resignated Christianity or religion on the whole, to the point that they are still keeping it as the oldest tradition any part of the world. Talking about the century is different. When they think it was the 3rd century, was the 1st century, Africa was already in the 3rd century. So they communicated and they did what they have to do because it was something the ancestors were doing that was similar to this up-to-date Christian religion that we have today, that we are dealing with and now assimilating it to how we think we should deal with it, because spiritually, as Priest Rastafari read, it was not based on nothing more than the facts that they had, the culture of the people, the way of life, and they brought it together with the common sense, and they were effective. They take effective action to promote a society. Then the Europeans came and took it to Europe, and that's why they are still controlling the world today, because the methods they took from our ancestors that were passed down. But a lot of our histories has been destroyed. So in research like this, things will come out, my Lord and Majesty. Priest Rastafari, a job well done. And Patricia, well read, my Lord and Majesty.
Give thanks on every priest.
Priest Adigan's hand is up.
On every priest Adigan, my Lord, royal historian.
Most time, probably Selassie, yeah? Rastafari. You know, go give thanks for another day. Reason to give thanks for this council of elders, you know. Man say reasoning is better than preaching. So give thanks for our gods and goddess that gather at this moment. Most High Selassie, yeah? Rastafari. No, priesthood depends on what level of priesthood you're looking at and what dimensions. Because in Ethiopia, most of them, the Orthodox faith, come under what they call Tawadu, as it relates to Orthodoxy and Christianity. No, the doctrine of Christ then. See? Because the priesthood, what is really expressed in Ethiopia is not really Levitical or Mosaic or such. It is more an ancient practice of Christianity than what is practiced in the West, but it is not really a Hebrew Israelite tradition. As in the old days, you understand, the people who them call the Falasha or Beta Israel more practice the anciency of what Levi and them would have practiced. So the Orthodoxy Christianity is a bit different, because even the Roman Catholic, they are really just the Italian version of the Orthodox faith and the Oriental churches. Yeah, that's what they really are. Even the word Catholic is not a bad word. Is when you add, yeah, is when you add the word Roman to it now. That's when it diminishes it. You understand? So it's not a bad word. So when we look now, right, how Christianity come to Ethiopia, it was even after Nicaea Christianity really did come. Because Nicaea was 325 AD, and Christianity came to Ethiopia in 330 AD through Frumentius meeting upon the brothers Azana and Shezana, Atzbia and Atzia. They Shezana and Ezana actually saw this thing called Christianity or Christ before Constantine did in Greece. So before Constantine called thingy, right, Frumentius and them, after in 330 AD, met with the brothers, and that's how Christianity came to Ethiopia. But the Christ now philosophy came through the eunuch. The emperor doesn't call him eunuch in the Bible speech. The emperor refers to him as the Ethiopian official. He says, no doubt you all remember reading in the Acts of the Apostle of Philip baptized Christ. He is baptized the Ethiopian official, sorry. He doesn't refer to him as eunuch, but he tells you where to look. You all remember reading in the Acts of the Apostle. I never read that until I read the Emperor's speech referring to it. Then I went to it, and that was my confirmation. And in that speech, in that book, the Ethiopian official, I'm not sure his name, was reading the gospel of Jesus Christ, and Philip approached him from some chariot or something and asked him if he understands what he's reading. And he said, how can he understand? Let someone show him. So Philip went on to show him, and they said he was the first Ethiopian on record to have followed Christ. So the doctrine of Christ reached Ethiopia differently from the Nicaea Council. So Ethiopia was expressing Christ, and Ethiopia has millions of monasteries, millions, not thousands. They say Jamaica have the most churches per square mile, but Ethiopia has millions of monasteries, right? The Ark of the Covenant and all of these things are said to be in Ethiopia, Abyssinia. So it depends what expression of priesthood you're looking at. I of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress said we're dealing with the Melchizedek order, which we would regard as the most ancient before Tewedu, before all of the council of churches, what is in the world today, before all of them churches, what Paul, and how ridiculous it is. Paul, who was Saul, was a Hebrew, a black man, who gave up him nationality for Roman citizenship and changed his name to Paul. And it is that man who is causing a lot of the chaos in the world today, because it is his doctrine that the people aspire to even more than the Christ of the Bible, Jesus who they speak of, or Yeshua who they speak of. So depends what dimension of priesthood. I say that we come after the most ancient order of priesthood, but some people have some more rigid practices than us. Sometimes some big mountains, like check a place like Deborah Damo, the only access up there is via a rope or harness lifted up. You can't walk up there. You have to get lifted up via a rope. And that monastery up there in Deborah Damo, no female species of an animal can even go up there. It is totally monastic. Only man live up there, and not even a female animal species can go up to there. Right? Many of people making that journey up to Deborah Damo Mountain lost them lives in the early days, and it was because people were trying to climb this mountain via the rope. They used to lose their life dropping down, because they want to see this righteousness up in the hill. That is why I say give thanks for the simplicity of our negos, that we could walk our foot up to our hill and give our praises. Yes, give thanks, you know. I don't think Jah would want to put too much, a loving Jah don't want to put too much strain out of that. Yes, so to some people, if we climb that rope and go way up into the mountain, some high cliff, right, is the ultimate, but not for I. You understand? The simplicity is the ultimate for I. So give thanks for the different dimensions and understanding of priesthood. From my young till now, before I put on turban, I've always been studying the theology of the priesthood, all of them, you know. So yeah, I used to practice a lot of orthodox things myself. Even just coming into Bob, I used to have my censer pot, burn my frankincense, my myrrh, you know, and hail out Holy Emmanuel, I pour libations and all these things in the process of it. So I used to do a lot of orthodoxy things, you know. I even did send candle and incense and frankincense to King Emmanuel, Charles Edward, back in the day. And Dada said, not to say that these things couldn't be done in a letter him sent to I, but him say, who in Jamaica see you doing it? Imagine all kind of things. When we return home back to Ethiopia, maybe we could burn all of these spiritual things in our churches back at home. And this was the answer I got through a letter years ago. So there's all different understanding. Yeah, I did send Ankh, Ethiopian Orthodox cross, what I made with my own physical auntie King Emmanuel Charles Edwards on the hill years ago. The gifts were taken years ago. But you know, that was my expression in terms of coming through differently to what Bobo Ashanti. I was just observing different expressions of priesthood, and I took a lot of them onto myself, you know. So differently from smoking a chalice, you know, me used to burn me frankincense and me myrrh on the coal stones, you know, and make a nice fragrance in the house, you know. So you know, so the different expression, that is what how I express things, even in the priesthood, even coming to Bobo Shanti, I did take onto these things until when I got into the practice, I was advised that I have to put down the burning of the frankincense and the myrrh and the wax candle, because we the man is the living candle stick, not the wax and rope, you know. So I am where I am now, you know, but I have no problem with ones who burn the wax candle and frankincense and myrrh in their rituals. I have no problem with it, you know. Yeah, so it's awesome. Give thanks, my love. Blessed.
Blessed love. Yes.
To the chair.
Yes, my Lord, Majesty.
Blessed love. Give thanks, you know, for a mighty life giver. All right. When the Christ was a child, he went into the caves and he spoke with some wise sages. And these brethren were brethren that understood praise and worship, but they were not on the kind of Judeo-Christian system that we now see, but the matter of a pantheon of a god, even in the form of their ancestors who would have preceded them and have displayed wisdom and understanding of things, of the elements, of when it would rain more than when, and when the different heavenly bodies would be in what position. And they understood the physical, and they were quite aware of the metaphysical too. And that is how when the Christ went and spoke with them, he said to his parents, he was about his father's business. So the matter of praise and worship is I and I from that time. They were what we would call today scientists. Most of the sages of old, Moses and all these people, all these patriarchs and matriarchs that we have talked about, they were just people like I and I who were the advanced in mind, and those were the record keepers seeking out, trying to know what this plant does and why it looks this way. They were the researchers, the scientists, and so they discovered all that they discovered. But praise and worship and the matter of a creator or a supreme source, an energy source, was always there with them. There was a metaphysical presence that they tapped into. Today, as the Honorable Priest Rastafari said, in modern time, due to colonization, slavery, many different things, different ways, alliances too. Even when we read about Solomon, we saw where he aligned himself to many kings. And of course, there were many different ways and culture that came in, and some had to be tolerated, you know, and people had to have tolerance for, because there was the need for alliances. But of course, it was not in the way that sometimes we have become over religious, especially in the Judeo-Christian way, where we make some of the things that we are doing becomes almost European. However, the Rastafari tradition, because of colonialism too, we don't want to do anything that looks like colonialism. So some of the times, even things that were formerly our things, because they were in this time established by the colonialists, we tend to shun them. We don't delve into them to know much about them. So sometimes we take on to some that we should not have taken on to, and we reject some that we should have taken on to. So that is why this kind of forum, this reasoning is a glorious reasoning and a great thing for I and I as Bobo Ashanti and Rastafari within the now, because it's how we are going to put ourselves in the right perspective, because we are now analyzing the things and we are using the logic to see the things that we need now to hold on to, and without any fear, the thing that we need to shed ourselves off, so that we can be what we are aiming to be, what we know we are to be in terms of ourselves as original, as being the first, knowing what is the real thing. And that, I think that's where we are trying to head, to find the real thing. And with the King Emmanuel Melchizedek priesthood order, that is where, as Priest Adigan say, it is the ancient, it is the order that comes from the natural, it is the order that revealed the esoteric, because to them, what we call so esoteric today, that was more natural in those days. So not much of the mystics now were the natural things in the then, because they were exploring those things. When they found them out, though, they learned to realize that some things are to be known at some stages, and some things are never to be known to some people because of the mindset and the projection and their duty and services too in life. That is why some of the things were hidden. Some of the things were revealed only to the Zadok high priest, because the knowledge was so vast, so important, so great, and so effective that if it's in the hand of some people, it may be more dangerous than good. Hence, even Moses had the need to make some things secret and some things public. But it was all about the natural observation and the scientific examination of the natural creation that brought in the knowledge of the spiritual.
My Lord.
Majesty bless my Lord. One of the differences that was between the Eastern and the Western was the nature of Christ. And Honorable Priest talk about the Pauline doctrine, and then it had a next one, I think, was Arius. And the difference it was that the nature of Christ. The Western world would have it that he born human, but when they put him on the cross and him raised, he became divine. The Ethiopian would always have it where he born divine. Another thing they were saying, the only begotten Son of God. That phrase caused a big set of friction and changed the nature of the West. That will bring out a difference in the Western form of Christianity. This is why we see, give thanks for the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward, who come right forward in this dispensation and show us God in flesh, a man, a woman, so the internal, because they make the Western world take it out of yourself and focus it on this one individual. From time immemorial, we see him looking the same way to him, don't get old. So it's not a natural, you know? So they focus it on this one individual and take it out of himself. Jah come and bring it forward now as original to show you, say, from your band, you're divine. We hear other people in different schools of thought taking it to the next level where they say, we are all gods and goddesses having a human experience. So I think that is where we see the difference and we see the originality of the teachment of the Black Christ. Man of right is God in flesh, woman of right is God, said the Lord our God. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Rastafari. Floor is open, my Lord and Emperor.
Blessed heart of love.
Majesty bless.
Give thanks. Now, I'm listening and I'm looking at this word divine truth. You know, and divine is like the repetition of truth. Divine truth, which constitutes the church, teaches how man is to live that he may become a church. Now, Jehovah God, into the wall as divine truth. So I looking at it as all of us ones as Bobo Shanti, this liberty here is divine truth. You know, we look at from where is this journey start, where those that were even in slavery were looking to a God that from generation to generation to generation, we are the ones that found the true Black Christ. That we could say this is divine truth. Jehovah God came into the world as divine truth for the purpose of redeeming ones. Redemption was a matter of gaining control of the hills, restructuring Zion, and then establishing a church. Divine goodness does not have the power to do these things, but divine truth that comes from divine goodness does in and of itself. Divine goodness is like the wrong butt or a sword, like a blunted piece of wood or like a bow by itself. Divine truth that comes from divine goodness is like a sharp sword, like a sharpened wooden spear, or like a bow with arrows, all three of which are effective weapons against enemies. So nothing but divine truth from the word could attack, conquer, and bring under control the falsities of evil that the entirety of hell possessed then and still possess now. So nothing else could found, build, and organize a new Zion. Another thing Jehovah God did at the time, nothing else could establish a new church on earth besides all God's strength, force, and power belonged to the divine truth that comes from divine goodness. So it's only two universals that proceed from the Lord, which is divine good and divine truth. Divine good is of his divine love, and divine truth is of his divine wisdom. Blessed heart of love.
Blessed love and our Empress Kismet. I will give thanks for your unique reasonings.
Blessed.
Majesty bless.
Bless.
The floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
To the chair.
Yes, Honorable Priest.
Yeah, point of clarity. Some points were mentioned in Priest Adigan's presentation in reference to the monasteries in Ethiopia and the one that you have to climb the rope to go up to, which is linked to their patriarch saint, Tekla Hymanot. Now, what the Honorable Priest said, the principles of those rock churches are not the principles of the regular religious churches. That is why it is not sometimes we tend to make statements that kind of don't show the greater understanding of the practice and what it is. Because, okay, look, if you're looking at the screen right now, you're looking at a Dogon's temple, a site. These are places where ones have sacrificed their lives. That means the comforts that everyone else are used to and the pursuits that the regular man is pursuing and woman. These ones have given up that to unfold the mysteries of life. What the priests do up in that rock church there, they constantly write theology. They constantly are deducing from past information, present and future concepts. So, and it's a traditional practice, and there is a reason behind what they do. What we need to do in looking at our history and our ancestors' traditions is to go as far back in what is written about it, what is orally passed on about it, to really get the fullness of it. Because we still have residual attitudes in us that was placed in us through the teaching that we received, both in school and in our community. We have a certain mindset that, we have to take time and replace. Because there's a mindset, Priest Lamont alluded to some of it in his speech as well, wherein some of the things that we were taught to not do and not embrace are things that we should be embracing, and some of the things that we have embraced, we shouldn't. Well, they have taught us to look negative on a lot of our ancient traditional practices without understanding them. How can we criticize something without fully understanding the full concept of it, the intent? That's why, again, discussions like this is very important, because it takes us to the root of our tradition. What was the intent when it was brought into creation? When our ancestors conceptualized it, what was the reason behind it? See, so when we understand the root of our tradition, then we will understand the science of our tradition. Blessed Lord.
My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Not on the table. Let's hear them thoughts.
My Lord, give thanks for it. Yeah, just. It's not that time and don't understand. See, I'm just saying some things in priesthood are more rigid. I understand. I have studied the whole length of the concept of Deborah Damu, how it was established, how the rope got there to the present thing. I know the old fable. I just didn't want to go into the whole concept of it. I know it and I understand it. So it's not, I didn't make my statements out of, I just says, right? Sometimes, yes, it's part of our agency and they have a reason for doing it. But I say, give thanks for the simplicity. I have said, people, yes, people have sacrificed, but I am saying, lay people of the world in attempt to want to know what's going off in that kingdom on top of Deborah Damu have risked their lives and they have lost it because they weren't strong enough or physically adept to climb the rope. Some do better than some. So I'm just saying, I give thanks for the simplicity. Yes, some people might have to go through such rigorous order in order to reach a certain level of consciousness and a certain attachment to the Father or the Creator, right? I'm not looking out of myself. I fully understand around Deborah Damu. I fully understand the science around Deborah Damu. I just say that I now fight none of I and I agency. I just like the simplicity of things within I and I.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're on the same, we're on the same page. I love I and I.
Want to reach simple, from earth to Zion, you understand? Emmanuel bring it simple to us. And make the food not too hard to reach, you understand? So that's all I was trying to say, my Lord and Empress. Bless it.
Give thanks, my Lord. And we see from time memorial, mankind has always seek a close relationship with the Creator, the universe. So when we look at everything coming through the ages, we give thanks again for the Honorable King Emmanuel who come now and refine it all, which part we even fulfill in the whole circle, because he come and show us, the God in flesh, the ceremonial ladder, not leaving out nothing. This is where we come and connecting up all the dots, where we see, this is why we talk about what is a priest, what does he represent, So we see Jah come and show we is a man of understanding, is a man who could, bring manifest things to the way how him strengthen unity and show back the world that God dwells in us all. So with that teachment, the dealing with it in a plain and truthful way, well, then we're supposed to be to get along and work and have a heart of the word kind of slipped me right now, but you know, a heart of cooperation, especially when we are saying the same thing. So it's just an evolution coming through the ages, how I see it. I don't want to be too long. The floor is open, my Lord and Empress. You know, what the reason inspiring in us all. You know, that we kind of share it with one another, my Lord.
Royal House, Royal Chair.
Honorable Priesthood, 7-star General, my Lord.
And perfect love to the royal family. And I give thanks to, you know, the priest reasoning going through. Yes, Honorable, you know, Deborah Damo, I don't know if I call you the name right, you know, but to make, you know, a church so high up that individual will lose their life, because I'm sure that it is not only those who don't used to it, you lose their life if you check the history, because it is a very dangerous climb, you know. Well, it must be a reason if you want to try to preserve, you know, the ancient order, you know what I mean, to carry it in a such era where, you know, it is so hard to reach, right? You know, that's why I have to still give thanks, you know, all the teaching we have to say, I and I have to know ourselves. Because when I and I know I and I self, you know, we don't know, say, greater, you know, I and I as sons and daughter, you know, internal, and all these greatness that I and I see and marvel upon. You see it? So, you know, give thanks now that I and I could have looked internal. You see it for that greatness, you know, and give thanks to all of those places also. That Rastafari. It is also a mark. We say the black man and the black woman can do impossible work where, you know, people that put it on some little alien and things like that, or some Anunnaki or anything like that. But it's just the black man. You see, but to his many golden age, you know, because these heirloom that was passed down, whether you know the name of the pyramid or can, you know, balance on a point, you know, make out the hardest type of stone them, diorite or, you know, but it was so impossible. You know, it told them that they show us that they were using at the time. So you see, say, you know, a greater civilization, you know, and it shows you the Almighty that was in us, you know. This is a fall of such grace by start using the tool that we are using. You see what I say? So, you know, we have everything in front of us, even nuclear weapon also. You know, nothing new underneath the sun. So, you know, give thanks to the greatness that King Emmanuel could have shown I and I. You know what I mean? And give thanks to the handful of I and I, because I know the multitude I and I did really get this. You see, because if the multitude did get this right now, you know, this great thing with the world has searched for, the Bobo Shanti have, because the world is still searching for it. Because when you go amongst people, even Rastafari people, yes, you're far behind they are. Yes, they are advanced. But when if you compare with I and I, the Bobo Shanti, because we are peculiar with our eating, and people eat anything that they don't understand or overstand about even this season that is going through. You know, everyone in the sea right now, and if you understand even the sea right now, nature, right? The thing them right now is getting pregnant, like the fishes them that you want to eat and things. So it is right for you allow the season to, you know, make the herd do what it do. So you wouldn't trouble even the pregnant fish them in this season. You see what I say? So it's only the Bobo Shanti, really and truly, and maybe few other people that allow the scene at this time make the sea replenish itself. You see what I say? Because I live right side of sea here, And I can see are the biggest type of herring sprat at this moment, and all of them are pregnant. And so much of them get for waste because if you don't take them out of the water in time, them over soak, you know. Yes, I just making my present feel, give thanks, you know, for the reason that is going through. And, you know.
Give thanks and ever pray.
Yes, royalty, one perfect love.
Give thanks and not being long-winded, but all those great monuments that you speak about, as you speak about it and it run to my head, one main ingredient was there that all of them things could have manifest, and that ingredient was cooperation. My Lord and Majesty. Floor is open.
Majesty.
My Lord.
Yes. As this is a discussion, you know, family, we have to get used to embracing what they call opposing views for the greatest part of the discussion to come out. Because the greatest part of the discussion don't come out in complementing each other all the time. Sometimes it comes out from opposing views. And I'm saying, putting that disclaimer in place because I don't want, to be clear with Priest Adigan, I was not, it was not a critique on what they are saying. I was getting deeper into what they are said and giving a little more depth to what they are said. So I don't want it to come across as I am challenging what they are said. That was not the purpose, because what they are said is what they are said. And you're coming from a certain historical base with what you're saying. I was just getting deeper into the history and intent. Yes,
Yeah,
my
man.
My Lord, I fully
And
understand.
Yes, my Lord.
yes,
I know
man.
me have
But
it.
I want to bring out the best of the discussion among us. You know, see, it's not, some of the times it's not even what we know, it's what we are trying to know, is what we are here to do. You know, see, so
with that in line, we are appealing to the rest of the panel. How much are we on here tonight? 18 of us is on. We are appealing because we hearing two and three voices consistently. We love that, but we want to hear all. We are appealing. Share some of your thoughts with us, my Lord and Empress.
And the reason I just came in with the reason is because I see that there was a silence, and there's no silence in streaming. In streaming, we are here to share information. So if there's no one present, they have anything to say, I would add something to the topic of discussion in the sense of what the Honorable Priest Earl just said. Now, we one of the things among I and I as a people, we have been taught in the Western Hemisphere here to always be in competition as a people on every sphere of life. Even in religiosity, we try to show that we are the holiest of holy and so forth and so on. The ancient sage has a saying, you know, that the wisest man knows that as much as he knows nothing. He's just on the tip of knowledge. See? Now, there's enough ones out there that take them spirituality and them eating habits very serious, not just I and I. Because remember now, we still eat fish and we eat certain things. You have ones out there that don't even eat cooked food. And there are other Rasta faiths and beliefs. You can't get no deeper into health than that. That's a discipline of a next level. See, and I know brethren out there personally that is 40 odd years now not eating cooked food. See, so there's levels of all kind of disciplines and achievements out there. But what does that come down to? It doesn't come down to anything but what a one can achieve and what a one chooses to do. The value in what the priest order is supposed to be about is ministering to the spiritual needs of the people, being Because if we are not more spiritually advanced than our congregation, then our congregation doesn't need I and I. So the order of priests, like we didn't get to see the video today, but there's a video that would have been shown that would have brought great substance to the discussion, because in it they defined it, the whole concept of theology from the ancient base belief right up to present day Christianity. See, he broke it down. Bishop Mapongo broke it down in the most simplest terms, and he was in his element in this interview. He was so calm.
How long is the video, priest? How long is the video?
I think it's about 19-20 minutes.
I think we have time, you know.
3 is now in St. Thomas. What's the number? Now 210 2333.
Mira más al ver el pollo en la.
Go ahead, Freeze. Let me get past this part.
Okay. Yeah, you know, we can take time and look at it and see. And definitely what we're saying here, critical thinkers is a key thing. So we don't take nothing personal, you know.
No, we're not challenging nothing. There's nothing that we're challenging. We are clarifying, family. We are clarifying. We're not challenging. We're clarifying, because there's a lot of things that we're just starting to understand. And because we are man and woman of our right, we are seeking the right. We want to know. We want to get the right understanding so we can pass it on to the younger generation and pass it on clear, you know, and have reference points we can go and seek out.
Go ahead, Empress.
What's the number?
It's still not a struggle. You'll hear it. You'll hear it when it comes in. You'll hear it.
Are you a big guest this season? That's why we're talking about.
Sometimes I'm looking at you some difficulty. Yeah, don't be overly frustrated, Empress. If you get it, you get it. You know, it's just how it goes. But we're in an age when you have a set of, you know, much more critical thinkers who are expressing themselves, coming out.
3 is now in St. Thomas. What's the number?
Yeah, coming out with their narrative, you know. And when we listen to it, it's not new. It just might be repackaged a certain way.
The problem we face initially as academic students is to use our understanding of religion and education to interpret African spirituality. If there is anything called African spirituality, let's just call it spirituality. Because you go to the Mongolians, you go to the Red Indians, you go into the depths of the Karoo, you go into Australia, the Aborigines, and even the sacred, you know, people in the islands. They all have their own way, indigenous ways of speaking to their environment, harvesting their foods, treating each other, conduct their marriages, sacred ceremonies around animals, the sacredness of plants, the rivers, you might call sacred spaces. So spirituality for me is not an institutionalized form of belief system where there is one man sitting in the front, particularly this male chauvinistic, patriarchal Christianity, which is all a male-dominated environment, basically. That's where they write the theology. And using the Bible, women have found themselves on the periphery of the whole conversation because the male-dominated patriarchal sort. But when it comes to African spirituality, it's a lifestyle. When we eat, it's a spiritual event. When we marry, it's a spiritual event. When we bury, it's a spiritual event. When rites of passage, basically it is humanity living in awareness, consciousness, constantly being aware that they are not alone as human beings to be going to the forests with chainsaws, cutting trees, digging gold, pouring cyanide into the rivers, and you don't even know what you have done. What is the impact of your cyanidations as they are impacting the ants, the worms, the fish, ultimately even the human beings themselves. So for me, spirituality, it could be the highest form of consciousness, where a person is aware of themselves from inside. Who am I? How am I related to those on my left and those on my right? How do I respond to the air that I breathe? Do I pollute it? Do I cleanse it? How do I live with the water that I drink? Do I pollute it? Do I cleanse it? How do I walk up to the soil that gives me food? Do I pollute it or do I cleanse it? Therefore, the human being aware that these three elements, which is the real trinity of African spirituality, which is our air, our water, and our land, which is the substance of which the African is aware, is made out of. These three elements are revered when you access them, when you are approaching waters. You're not just approaching a river or a lake or a dam or a fountain or a falls. You literally have to submit yourself to the space and be aware that you are with the mother, the water through which you become. So you don't just jump in a pool and do whatever you want to do there. And some spaces are quite sacred and the energy levels are higher. You may not come back. So there's a way of approaching these places. When our fathers used to go hunting, you don't just get there with your guns and dogs and start chasing animals in the bush. You have to seek for permission to ask for even those animals. By the time you are supposed to be eating them, you have to talk to them, and it's for food, and etc. And similarly so with the hair. So the African spirituality is quite simple but complex, because it will only not combine awareness in terms of your food consumption, your relationships, and dealing with the environment, but it's actually this unity of the human life with all other lives that are around it. Hence, when colonialism came and they found an African putting his hands on a cow, they said they're worshiping a cow. They found us kneeling in front of a tree. They said, no, they're worshiping trees. No, you don't know. We're not worshiping trees. We are talking to the trees. We are aware that we are connected to them. We are connected to them. As such, we constantly are seeking for this connectivity. Hence, it is humanity living in harmony with nature. That is the best definition I can give you for, particularly when I speak about African spirituality. It is a constant awareness of environment, space, and the intricate, interconnected relationship between my life and the environment that is around me. Christianity is an adulterated form of religion which has multiplied itself into 37,000 churches, one Bible, one devil, one Jesus, and 37,000 divided perspectives of how to interpret that. Christianity needs spirituality. Spirituality does not need Christianity. Simply put, you can be a Christian, but in your Christian experience, you are going to eat, you are going to drink, you are going to need the soil. The question is, what is your relationship as a Christian with these elements? And if you think that African Christian spirituality is demonic, then even the food you're eating is demonic. The air you're breathing is demonic. The water you're drinking is demonic. Because intrinsically, for life to happen, we understand cosmologically as Africans that you are not an island. You are part of the nature which is around you. Therefore, you nurture nature. So for Christianity to come around and say, we don't believe in all this, we believe in God, then okay, let's go to God. Then what did God do? God created. What did he create? He created elements. He created a homestead, which we may call a sanctuary, which we may call an altar, which we may call a temple, in which the human being must survive in. And for Christianity to undermine the environment in which she finds herself and train her children that these things are not important, then you end up actually becoming a parasite to your own environment. You end up becoming a nuisance, and actually you end up becoming a polluter of your own environment. Therefore, being Christian does not mean that you are spiritual. Being Christian simply means that you are institutionalized into believing the colonial form of religion, which has to do with church leadership, and your allegiance to a system gives you access to God. Whereas in spirituality, you don't need anything between you and the soil. You don't need anything between you and the water. You don't need anything between you and the air. You are as directly connected to your divine space, being, and expression. As an individual, you are a cosmos on your own. You are, and even the Bible, I wish I could start theology from scratch. Because the same Bible would then go on to say, your bodies are the temple of the Holy Spirit, the temples of God. And if your body is the temple, then why are you going to church? Because you're already in church. Is it way? The very thing you're going to be looking for in a building, the Bible then says, it is in you. The kingdom of heaven is in you. And then it says, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. What does that mean? The first definition, the kingdom is in you. The second one, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. Where is the kingdom? If the kingdom is in me, and I am the kingdom, then I must seek first the kingdom of heaven within me, and its righteousness, rightful living in harmony with everything else. And then everything else that you're seeking for will be added unto you. So this whole external view of divinity being in the skies and being in the heavens is totally a confused concept of Christianity trying to interpret spirituality. Because then spirituality says everything is internal, it's within. And when you go from inside yourself, you will find everything that is inside is also outside. So everything will be added unto you. You will finally be in harmony with everything else that you're looking for. So therefore, for me, the highest form of spirituality are the Bushmen and the Aborigines who build nothing, own nothing, but have everything. The bush is their pharmaceutical. The trees are their friends. The animals are their relatives.
P3 is now in St. Thomas. What's the number? Dial 210-2333.
And they just walk and live in the abundance of everything. And no one can claim that I own, this land is mine, this whole selfish thing, this is mine, then you must put a boundary there, you can't cross here, you can't cross there, and then you end up with all these borders, which becomes a politics of spirituality, where we now begin to restrict natural living. So Christianity has a short leg, which does not touch the ground, as it is actually planning to run to heaven instead of living on earth. It's barbaric because the windows and the lenses through which they are looking at us from through the window. I mean, you need to understand also the people who are defining this. They are the colonial missionaries and mercenaries who come to a space where, one, the culture is different, the language is different, the expressions are different. You simply don't know these people. You don't understand them. And whatever you are saying, it is through the way in which you interpret what is happening from where you are coming from. So it's almost like a third window. You're not from inside, you're coming from outside. So you would walk up to people doing their circumcisions, for example. If you don't know what they're doing, why they're doing it, you find people burying each other, wrapping each other in skins and what, and you don't know why and how they're doing that. You find a woman putting her hands on top of a pregnant woman, and child is dancing, and it's a bridge, and then the child must start facing the right direction, and don't understand exactly the science of what is happening. I mean, look at us as Africans conducting brain surgeries way before Cambridge and Oxford and Massachusetts even knew where the brain was. The Africans were already conducting brain surgeries, teeth extractions, cesarean sections and stuff like that, using indigenous stuff and medicines. And so when you look at that, because he does not put on the white gloves and put on a mask and a swab and some clean things, we don't worry. Just take a knife, put it into the fire, and from the fire it is sanitized. Start doing the cutting. Only military people would understand that. Boom, boom, boom. People are shooting each other at war, and you have a gunshot. What do? Take your knife, put it into the fire, sanitize it, psh, burn up the wound. All of a sudden, what is barbaric has become a science. So barbaric language is not part of our dictionary. Let's use more gentle words, such as organic, such as indigenous, such as culturally. It is done within the space of our understanding. So you cannot find me putting on cow dung on the floor and say that is barbaric. Only now do you understand that this is a thermostat. When it's hot, it is cool. When it is cool, it is warm. This is actually our sanitization center. This is our immunization center. The cow is eating all the herbs in the bush. And when you put this thing on the floor and I sleep on the floor, I'm smelling everything that is in the bush, and all the bacteria that are good for the body are already part of me. By the time I eat this cow, the meat will not get me sick, because me and this cow have been living together from cow dung to cattle to milk to what. So to me, it is the unification and the purest of understanding of being adaptable to the environment. And this cannot be barbaric. This is actually the highest form of science, which has not been studied. And had people taken enough time to study the science of how ants make their ant hills, and when a storm comes, an ant hill still stands, but a building built by human beings is falling apart. Then the question is, who is more intelligent? Who is more intelligent than the other? And the African science, as it were, which you might call barbaric and primitive, has already studied these small elements. So when they build their houses, there are these round huts, aerodynamics, when the wind blows, it's made out of mud and clay and etc. And so it cannot be barbaric. It is the weakest link is actually our academic institutions, because they've not been able to walk to these indigenous knowledge systems and then translate them into technology, so that we could begin building cities that look like villages, using materials that look like villages. And in that, we will have been able to translate the knowledge of our ancestors into modernity and create a more sustainable environment.
Rastafari.
Yes, because of the time constraint.
Yeah, Rastafari. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, it's stopping it there?
Yeah, the tech decided to stop it there. Even though it is interesting. But
very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, man.
You know?
I think because of the time.
Blessed?
I only stopped it because of the time constraint.
Yeah. All right. We understand. We know, Honorable Tech, we know you're very copacetic. Yes. So we give thanks for what we see so far. And I won't even make a comment yet, although I have enough comments. Me like to have the floor open. Priest Rastafari hold on, because there is a man always speak first and we give thanks for that. But
I didn't put up my hand.
Yes, Empress.
And I'll play it out, maybe have a discussion about what we've heard thus far, and then I'll play the other.
Yes, my glorify. Where you say I want to put up the hands already? Okay. So we call in on, ones and ones. What did I then pick up from that reasoning so far? It was a very interesting reasoning, looking at it from another point of view. What did I then pick? Anything anybody want to comment on or say? Or, my lord, floor is open. Yes, Honorable Priest.
It's nothing new from where I and I say enough, and you know yourself, you know. You pick up, when you know yourself, everything fall in place. You see? So, it just complement, complement what I and I are saying as Rasta man and Rasta woman, you know what I mean?
Rastafari.
Yes, so not much, you know what I mean? Just try and know yourself, everything. So when you even know yourself, even sometimes even the little rat they made run around you, when you catch him and you look on him, you should say you have him life in him hand now and become like a big him a big feel life, you know. Cause you back him up, you know. We used to say him a big feel life. So
big for you, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to give him all that freedom because yes, when I say that are the whole compassion of the whole thing, you know, you're not powerful than nothing, you know. Yes, when I say and it's simple. Yes, when I say one purpose of the public.
Yes,
To the
floor is
chair.
open. Yes, Honorable Kessingham.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
I go and start off with, I was going down to the beach, a bull bear. Well, the father tell him, say, me I go down at the sea. I'm tell him, say, you can't really swim, me have a fear. And the father said to me, say, my Lord, when you go into the water, take 3 mouthfuls, spit it out, and acknowledge the presence of the sea as an angel.
Rastafari.
And you will be okay.
Rastafari.
Again, the second one. When you go into, you're in need of medicine, and the hours pass, I've learned that the elements of the plant go down in the root after 6 o'clock. So if you're in need of it, you have to shake it and wake up the plant and say to the plant, I am in need of you.
Selassie.
Before you pick it. And I learned that if you need 2 leaves, you don't pop a whole branch.
Yeah.
You only take what is necessary.
My Lord.
These things are teaching us of the essence of God in all things.
Rastafari.
As the brethren say, the Father teach you, say, we have to go within ourselves. The proverb in the pyramid says, man, know thyself, and you will know all things. So when the Father say, it's not something him come and teach we, but I bring we back to the remembrance of ourselves. Because through religion and education, them beat it out away and give you a different understanding of the concept of God that we not included in that. You heard that I said too. The problem I have with some of the Rasta man in my road, or they esteem His Majesty, Selassie, but them leave themselves out of it.
Rastafari.
So I man give thanks to this priesthood and the high priest Melchizedek, Emmanuel,
my Lord,
for teaching us to see God within ourselves.
Yes.
I think this is what Mapango is saying. Because if you are to seek God, and all things will be added. That means when you know the God within yourself, when you know yourself to be God, then the door opens, the portals open to the all-knowing and all-seeing. Because with the third eye, because we can see beyond the barriers that society put on we. That's why you can't do this and can't do that. That we can speak to the mountain and they will move. Not the physical mountain, Blue Mountain or something like that. But the barriers and the fears and the misunderstanding that we have in life.
The mountains.
Yes. You understand? So with that T3 is the revival of African spirituality that was taken out of us, taken out of the religion that them give us. as I hear an honorable man, John Henry Clark, them ask him, Barashango ask him what him say about religion and black man today. And him say, the black man has to put back spirituality in religion that him practicing because it was taken out. From them take out the mother of creation. Is a 1 foot them put upon. Because as Marcus said, the man without the woman unbalanced. Because she have an energy and an understanding. Remember, you know, according to the book, she was the first to accept knowledge, that fruit of the tree of knowledge. Eh? That's what the book said. So this awareness, self-awareness, and the awareness of that spiritual entity that we are share, that interconnectedness with us all, is where that teach we through rituals, through what him had at his disposal to teach us.
Rastafari.
When we are singing out of the Christian hymn book, it's the same words. Words create, I hear the priest say the other day, words conjure, words have power. So when we speak true words, right words, it have the power and open us up and elevate our consciousness on a different plane where more things are open to us. We are learning now from scientists, Einstein, Tesla, all of them saying about the presence of vibration, frequency, and energy that is part of our whole environment. And we need to come back to the understanding of how to utilize it, how to connect with it, to manifest as creators the things that we want to accomplish in life. Because all things come out of that realm.
Rastafari.
So, where yeah, the order where the Father give us, if we apply to it, my Lord, we get to a level of consciousness that we come see now. You know, say if you buy a car, for example, physical reality. If you buy a car that you have never driven before, a Toyota, Celica, something like that. You see when you're on the road, all of a sudden, you see all of the Celica, them a pass you. And them a pass you all the while, you know. But you're awareness of it now. All right. So it is that when we come to that spiritual connection within ourselves and spiritual awareness, all of a sudden we realize that we have man out there from Middle East, from the East and the Asian them and stuff, Orientals, I think the priests use, been teaching these things. The Egyptians been teaching these things. So now you come to that open library of more knowledge of the understanding of where the ancients didn't know. It's not that they were less educated or didn't have information.
No.
They were greater.
But
because it come out of the natural, it come out of the
Yes,
natural living and understanding of nature and the elements of nature. So as him say, one point, them say we are reverence the water, and them say we are worship the water. We reverence the sun, them say we are worship the sun. It's not a worship, it's an acknowledgement of the divine energy that these things give to us, that is life, that enhance our life. So my Lord, this order where the Father give us, and we center the reason about, where the Father teach us, and how we to understand when did that teach us, that we never understand, even when time we did around him. Because now we have science, a backup with the man. So when he say, give me thine heart and I will give you my Father's ever-living kingdom. I just hear the science attack this morning and I say that the heart has 40,000 brain cells of itself. We don't think of the heart as being something that we think from. But that is the throne room of God, and it directs the brain. When the brain and the heart in cohesion, we experience God in flesh reality, the feeling, the vibration, a chemical outpour of things that we don't experience it, or we don't experience it in that state of mind. So, yes, my Lord, we deal deeper in a way the Father teach you, you know. We read about the 12 disciples. What if we understand, say, is 12 different state of mind? 12 different state of being. Yes, my Lord.
Yes,
and go into deeper things where the Father teach you. New every morning is thy love. Every morning the sun come back up and renew us. And the vibration, when in all them papers with him say, God is love. Let us all love.
Oh.
Let us seek out what that mean when him say God is love. It's the highest frequency that a man can radiate upon. So because we're not going into it, we have accepted what Christianity and the world will come together with that. Another that teach that. About this only begotten Son of God. Just teaching us about the kingdom of God in flesh.
Natural.
The expression, all of us is an expression of that God in our individual space and understanding. So, yeah, me don't want to talk too much still, my lord, but that conscious spirit, the consciousness of our spiritual creation. Because that I say it, you know, my lord, we are gods, but we never create ourselves. So we have to acknowledge that creation, that creator, that greater source.
Natural.
That is what we do. It's not worshiping a man.
Natural.
It's acknowledging that spiritual entity. Yes, make that spiritual entity, that spiritual consciousness, whichever way you want to see, that source, that is in all of us, that is in all things.
Rastafari.
And reverence that within our life, how we live, how we talk, to create that point where we want to get to of unity and peace for humanity. Yes. So I man see Rastafari as a revival of that African consciousness that did beat out away. And we only did have the book and Bible and them things there as part of our journey, as part of a compass to direct us to the inner man within ourselves, the inner God within ourselves, and to live from that experience of being God within yourself. My Lord, bless the Lord, Royal Majesty, blessed.
My Lord.
Knuckles, don't go. Honorable Chair, can I just ask Priest Knuckles to further give a clarification? Yes, yeah, man, I want a clarification on the heart. You talk about the heart. You give a deeper version for the heart there. Because I want to know if you're using the concept of the vessel. Hold on, Priest. Vessel that pumps, or are you using the heart now in the context of being the soul, the essence of man? I just want to get the fullness of my Lord.
Jah seated in Zion and dwelleth in the hearts of our flesh. That's what we talk every time we say the creed, not you. So embedded in our heart is the knowledge of the divine. Embedded in our heart and in our structure and in our DNA. That's why the man say, "I bring us back to the remembrance."
I get that part there. The part I want to understand fully is if you're using the heart as a metaphor, or are you saying that the heart, that pumps that we have in the left side of our chest here, have brain cells in it that
very interesting and
disseminate.
That's what the science is saying, priest. It's not a theological saying. Eh? Yes, my Lord. That the heart directs the brain in certain circumstances. When time come to that state of being, that everything is okay now. So now we can express the divineness that we are as divine beings, created from a divine essence, having a physical experience.
Yeah,
So
no.
it's both a physical and a spiritual
level.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, no,
The
it's interesting what you say there, because this is a reasoning me had with brethren and thing already. And we did come to the understanding to say, when him say, give me your heart, we say it's not really that muscle there, you know. It come like it's the essence of yourself, your being, give me your heart. So I did interpret it. So it's interesting how you bring it across to say it's literally the heart. Because when you say that, me say that mean to say, when I want to do something that contrary to the nature of life, I mean to say whatever wrongdoing, you and yourself is in hell because you go against the heart.
Most natural priest.
That run to my mind.
Priest.
Yes.
They have a lie detector test. That when you go against the spiritual reality of life, you tell a lie, the body gives you a reaction to say that is not true. No, the Indian them have what them say, them call it chakras. Points of spiritual points within our body. The heart and the brain and all of them things function as a center for spiritual energy and vibration. So that's why I said to the priest, it's both dual. That the heart represents that center of our spiritual being. But the physical heart itself is
Yes,
blessed, my Lord.
My Lord.
Yes, royal family. Anytime I approach anything, it's always like earth, sky, and sea. So we are dealing with that Trinity, right? So the heart is only a part of the Trinity. So we are speaking about the God. So the brain or the head part now represent the G of the God. And then now the heart represent the whole, the apparatus. So we're going to put it in our oneness, you know. And then now the defecation part represent the D. So it's a whole temple that we're speaking about, you know. So you can separate one part, because one part cannot work without the next part, you know. So it is still like a polymer, you know what I mean? You know, the heart is make the head part work, and just like how the head part make the heart part work, and the defecation part, because if you can't go out free house, you're in a problem, right?
Big
So it's
problem.
like temple, you know. G for the generator for the head part, the O for the operator, the heart part, and the D for the defecation part. One perfect love by that.
My Lord. Give thanks.
Chair.
Honorable.
You see, we're talking about the scientists, spirituality coming into science, and spirituality is even coming to the doctors and them, right? Because when we talk about God and God in the flesh, is what we're now talking about there, you know. The organs and all of these things what make up the internal structures. The priest was now talking about the brain and the heart, where the brain there, the pineal gland there. You see it, and this is the places of the brain, how it is explained to be coupled with timeless and ageless energy. I think that's the best way to explain the alignment of the internal human anatomy with the God sense, the God consciousness. And you see, it's just words we just use, you know, my Lord and Empress. You understand? But it's as Maponga now say, religion needs spirituality. Everything needs spirituality. Science, the medical field, and it goes on. And that is what is going on right now in this time here. So you see it. So God in flesh is not just as simple as saying, well, the man of right or just righteousness in our flesh. That's just one part of it. You see it. But the makeup of the human structure itself.
Yes.
Right? The protons and neutrons, the electrons of every atom within every atom. Right? Because look, Revelation says 666 is the measurement of a man. You see it? So everything, even religion, is starting to get spirituality more to understand the same teaching which the Father come with, God and flesh. You know? So let us not slight the human anatomy, because we could go on and on. There's so much I could say about the inside of the human anatomy that relates to, you know, the heights of God, the heights, depths. You see it? And well, there's so much, my Lord, because I don't want to keep going on. But give thanks for this topic here, you know? God and flesh reality. Bless
Through the chair. I want to add
Lord.
one statement to the reasoning, please. And then I'll sit down. I'll go and keep quiet.
We don't want you to keep quiet.
When the egg and the sperm meet, male and female, and the cells start to grow, somewhere between 3 and 6 weeks, the spiritual divineness enters into that clump of cell and the heart starts to beat. Come right back around to God in the heart, you know? My Lord and Emperor. Blessed Lord.
And do you know where the time set where the youth heart start beat, my lad? When the fetus heart start beat?
Somewhere between 3 and 6 weeks, my Lord.
Okay.
Yes. The Indian them have a word for it. I don't remember it, you know. You know? But
yeah.
that's when that body, the physical body, become a living soul.
A living soul.
Because the energy of the creator is
It's
within.
already there.
Yes. And start a journey, you know? That physical being.
One of the things I love what Dr. Mpongo or Honorable Mpongo said is the spirituality, what he say is harmony with humanity in harmony with nature.
True.
You know? Yeah. So, and as Honorable Priesthood say, is what we practicing, you know. But we give thanks to hear the definition so plain, so we can really even, you know, I think, but no, you really know it. You understand, my lad?
Rastafari.
Yes, Honorable Empress, you could go ahead. If no one have nothing else, you can go on with the other part.
No, my lad, I was humbly waiting, you know, because my chairman restricts me from jumping in, you know. I was restricted and
my
hung.
lad, I would not deny you that, my lad. Go ahead, my lad.
My lord. Yeah, in regards to the hard part of the discussion. Yeah, the sages throughout time always refer to the heart and the soul interchangeably in spiritual narrative. We're not talking about now in the biology of the human or in medical terminology, but in the spiritual context, the heart and the soul always use it interchangeably, which is basically what you're saying in the way you are saying it, Honorable Priest. Now, so I totally understand and accept that narrative without a doubt. Now, what Bishop Mapongo is stating, or what he's bringing to the whole discussion, is the all-inclusiveness of the multiverse. We are part of every aspect of what exists. Humanity. So we are part of the whole God essence. We are part of the whole fullness of that. What makes humans special or different from the rest of creation is the gift of free will. That is that I think that is when the Bible says we were created in his image and likeness. That likeness that the Bible talk about, yeah, is that free will now, because that gives us the God nature. It gives us the opportunity to achieve divinity, wherein the animal don't have that blessing, that whatever you want to call it. See, that ability to reach into itself. A cow cannot reach into itself and bring out a divine nature of itself. But a human can, because that divine nature resides within I and I. So that whole essence of the Creator resides within I and I. When, I don't know who said that earlier in the reasoning, but when I and I get to that point of knowing I and I self, you see a lot of the definitions and a lot of the titles and the trying to prove a point on one aspect or another becomes irrelevant, you know? Because you reach to that point where you realize that in all things is the Creator. In all things. And from a reach to that point, then we become what them call gratitude mode. We now live in that mode of gratitude. Being thankful, one, that our eyes are now open to that fullness, that we can see that we are all and all is I and I. That also takes away the sting of death, because if so, then transitioning or changing the shape and form of who I am is not to be afraid. It's just to prepare for it when the time comes and allow nature to take course. See, and so that's my intake on that, on where Bishop Mapongo is taking us. You know, I guess the rest of it will land with in at the dark. Blessed love, family.
My lad, I see Priest Adigan did have up in hand. You want to tell me before we started back, my lad? Priest Adigan?
My Lord, blessed love.
Yeah. You wanted to go on before? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, I said, I just concur in say most of what him said, that is just natural, you know, himself, everything starts with but. When we look at it, he did speak of institutes, and if the church is you or with you, why do you need to go to a building or set up a tabernacle or set up, and then I look with, I don't know if you would call the E.A.B.I.C institute, but it has a priesthood and it has levels. If you break the levels, construct. Because what I've learned about life, when it comes to instruction, if it's a bad instruction, it's another human being telling you that. If it's a good instruction, it's still another human being. So you know what I find out in life? Human beings need each other, right? And that's the problem. You got good human beings and bad human beings. So all these reasonings, especially when we even say we are gods and we are goddesses, we should be wise how we use these terminologies loosely, because when I look at it now in the righteousness of God, the world is still in chaos. We haven't cleaned up the world, and we're talking about our great sages through time, ancestors, and the world is not cleaned up. Yet we say the universe is us, and we are the universe. The earth is the Lord, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein, the psalmist say. But in reality, yes, I concur with what he's saying, but he's another human being highlighting to us how he's looking into the creation, and we can learn something from each other and see where we relate to each other. But I think what's been troubling me for a long time now is that we all declare that we're the gods of the earth. Yet we can't clean up the earth and make peace, love, and harmony and happiness come on the earth. No more death, no more sin, no more pain. The things what we read of, the things what we dream of, right? We say gods, but we're not that ultimate. We don't even have that ultimate power where we can come together and even rally around the common understanding towards getting that golden kingdom, what we always sing about. Cause we can't keep singing about these things, you know. And the reality is not coming, cause I chant these chant years no one. The liberty of the high priest and things come, calamities come around the high priest, good things come around the high priest, but the earth still not free, the earth still not clean up. Righteousness now cover the whole of the earth. Some righteous people are covering the earth, but righteousness now cover the earth throughout the earth. You understand? So, to my view, if we're careful how we even express ourselves as the gods, right? Because if we are to really attain unto the power of that supreme being, as it relates to righteousness, His Majesty said, when Africa righteous people come together, the whole world will come together. So I will love something like that for fulfill, but what I say, I'm not getting younger. And I observe, say, each time the moments go through, I see sin more prevalent on earth than when I read in the Bible times till now. You understand? And yet we're still talking about God and divinity and all of these things and it being within us. But how much is that divinity with us as we speak? Because we're not cleaning up the earth. We're not making peace come upon the earth where we not war no more. People like Tory not have to go do what he might do and all of these things. You understand? It's a start, but we may say to how we been on this earth for this time now, when we really are going to make the earth better and when we really are going to bring, if there's a priesthood for run this earth then, when we are going to really bring it to that full front now, because we keep declaring say we're gods and we're goddess year in, year out, day to day. But as gods and goddesses, we have not cleaned up this earth and we're not making things better. And we're not the only ones like we. There's other elements out there stopping that progression in the earth, that union with the God.
I feel your pain. Me to ask you one question. From the while you've been hearing the God in flesh and yourself, have you cleaned up yourself and make yourself in a way where you're positive and confident with yourself?
What I am saying?
No, I just ask you, just answer me that one question. It's not no sarcastic. Just go flow. Just flow with me. Flow with me.
Right. Let me answer it in this wise. I can live to the best of my ability where I would do unto others as I would have them do unto I, which is that of right, which is that of integrity.
So,
to the best of my ability.
In other words, what you want to see, you are being. What you want to see, you are that. Because I'm showing you the progress, you know. Remember, we had the baton has been passed on to us. It's a continuity. You know? So, yeah, so it starts with yourself. That's why I ask you if you see an improvement in yourself. I mean, I say, well, you see it? It's working.
Is that what I am seeing in myself and what I desire or in life to happen, right? I'm saying collectively, right? What I'm trying to say. All people are talking things, but I'm saying often people say I go into too much history rather than come with solutions. I am looking at in this earth with so much different angles. We are not the only one, you know, saying what we are saying. People are saying similar things in different regions. I'm talking about the powers that be. Listen, it's the Putin, the Trumps, and these people running the course of the world. And here we as the God, and we can't move them or stop them from doing their stupidity and their madness. You understand? We live in parallel worlds. We're different to them, yet them say we're in parallel worlds, yet we're so different to them. So I'm saying we're speaking, this is like, even when we say burn Babylon, and we're in their system and we're burning them. This is the thing I'm talking about. And then we say, oh, it's fear in the God. We can do that. So I'm saying, in my rationality, I'm being real. We must not use that we are gods and all of these things. And knowing that we don't all have the ultimate power like that to make that decision where we go all the time in life. So I am saying we must be careful unto the word of God loosely.
I hear you,
Because
Priest.
now the earth is not in perfection and we're not running this earth right now. Straight up. Real with myself. We not running this earth right now. The powers what me on the news, whether them in the Kremlin, whether them in Ukraine, Russia, America, Jamaica, anywhere, Africa even. Them are the powers what me see a rule. Them have the big top on the international stage, not I and I. You understand? So at them levels me I talk about, say, right, how much are we the gods and goddesses if we want to hear us, to clean up this earth and make righteousness, cover the earth, like the sun, like the sea cover the sun or whatever, the ocean. You understand me I say? So
But that,
just
but
that
them
man.
words, yes, I understand your priest, and I hear you as I say to the earth. You're crying out because you've been here so many times, and you've been doing the same thing, and you're ball out. But we are say, press along, sin. You know what I mean? We've been here, yeah. It working.
Back and forth, right, my lad. Yeah, them not go back.
All right, so the floor is open.
To the chair, to the chair.
My
To
lord.
the chair. My lord.
Speak up, fire.
Yes,
my
fire.
lord. Talking about the heart. The heart is an important thing. It's a muscular thing inside of the main organ of the cardiovascular system, and it is a vital life part. It works together to move blood and helps you with your breathing and helps the body coordinate in certain ways. It constantly sends oxygen to the cells and takes waste away. And many conditions can help and it can cause problems. But our heart is really an effect, and like Push Rashavana was saying, is more, we identify that as the soul of a man, like the internal God communication point of a man. Because when that stops beating, the system breaks down and all kind of thing happens. It ends up in turmoil. Concerning religion, religion is a complex debate, but the evidence suggests that it emerged alongside humans' development, possibly in early, and religious practices are likely arose from a combination of factors, including the search for the meaning of the complex world and the need for social cohesion and control of natural phenomena. The early evidence theories show that some scholars interpret the international burial of humans from the Homo sapiens and the ancient people, the cavemen, there's evidence that they had religious beliefs suggesting that they held belief way long time and they live for the afterlife. They have symbolic artifacts in the middle stones and in sites in Africa also interpreted by some indigo appear evolutionary theory a purpose that religion may have emerged from the ancestors attempt to understand and control the natural phenomena of the supernatural forces. The oldest types of monastic religious, and in reference to a more reformed Judaism, is a more liberal Judaism, and it emphasizes ethical principles that allow us flexibility in interpreting Jewish law. Yes. Conservative Judaism is what is moderate and of more life. So simply we are gods and we are all gods and goddesses. But we don't know everything and we have to learn. It's a learning process every day. Things change we change and we learn, my Lord and Majesty. Sorry for being so long.
Blessed love and
I could go through I could just go through the last of the video. Empress.
For example, you must go to church on Sunday. So if you must go to church, everybody must go there. What if I must be going to my shrine and you are a church, and etc.? Then it creates all that. So number one is for control, basically to create the community control that you need. Number two, the African spirituality gave the colonial system a headache because it connected the African to other forms of power and functions that were outside of their common psyche, that men could chant in the night and what they were doing they don't know. But when they come out of that chant, they are animals and they'll take pangas and they'll face a gun and will not. What happened last night is because they did some incantations, they did some psyching, they did some herbal baths, etc. They literally super-bodied themselves into other forms of humanity. And as such, even when they come back to war again, they wash it off. So they normalize. We had all these sciences that are lying around, people, the way people take their oaths, you know, the oath of the white man, put your hand on the Bible or put it on the Quran, on the Quran, and after that start lying. But if you should take the traditional oath where you're holding that rhino horn and you swear on your mother's grave, you swear on your sister, you would not find it easy even to open up your mouth and say something. And you would then begin to understand that the environment in the background in which the colonial system is approaching the African is a complex species. It's quite deep in its own ways, and it seems like their anger, we're going to go to heaven one day, and we're going to live together, happily ever after, the angels will be singing for us. So don't worry about these earthly things. There is another home somewhere in heaven. And while we are looking forward to be going to heaven, we are satisfied with a cottage below, a little silver and a little gold. Don't worry about poverty. When Jesus comes again, you equalize things. And the theology then begins to do the brainwashing of the mind. It removes the African from his land, removes him from the sources of power, makes him a servant and a slave instead of a master and an owner. So Christianity actually is a brainwashing institution. Religion, rather. It's a brainwashing institution that unplugs the African away from his sources and centers of power and then plugs them into the colonial god. And the colonial god allows the African to become a slave of the one who has colonized him. And the god of the master becomes the god of the servant. But if you just look at it carefully, the God of the master and the God of the slave are never the same. For what is, and what our concept as African of God is, it cannot be that your God comes to my house and tells you to kill me, rape my wife and children, and take my land. Please God, all of you, you don't have a kingdom. You must report to us. And this is a kind of colonialism we're talking about. But from a spiritual perspective, that once you remove the religious blanket on our faces and we face the spirituality in its truest sense to practice it. You need land to practice it. You need waters to practice it. You need mountains. And when you remove these things away from the African, the question is, where does he go to practice the very essence of his own spirituality? And it was convenient to move the mind of the African away from centers of power to a church. And when they get to church, they find a bishop, a pastor, a priest who will be feeding them some stuff. Open your mouth, and put some things and give them some wine there. And then people can walk around and this is the representative of God on earth. And it's rather sad that for 500 years we've had to eat this garbage and rubbish to this extent that we end up worshipping 2 bags of cement and a bucket of paint. This is Mary, the mother of Jesus. You must come there and kneel down and worship an idol. You were saying it's barbaric. Now Let's talk. What is barbaric? You are kneeling in front of a bag of cement and kissing it. And the African is kneeling in front of a tree and kissing it. What is the difference? You are eating the blood of Jesus and eating his flesh and drinking his blood. It's barbaric. I'm eating my chicken. It is barbaric. What am I missing here? Which part of this is confusing to anybody? Here you are with your rosary, counting your Hail Mary, the Mother of God. Here is a woman with her beads on her waist, counting her monthly cycles and periods. What is the difference? What is barbaric? And what is... So ultimately, we want to measure barbaric attitudes in terms of what do people do. I think those that are barbaric are those that disrespect other people. They find them in their own cultures, and you bring your guns and you shoot them. That's being barbaric. You shoot animals in the bush, 10, 15, 20,000 animals. What for? I want the horns. Go there and you cut the horns and leave the animals. You're not even eating them. Now that's barbaric. You take cyanide and put it into the rivers, and then it says, 3 bars of gold. Now the British government got so much gold in their warehouse. And their gold, their economy is strong. Now that's barbaric, because where this gold is coming from. Then you sit around putting on decks of gold and diamonds, etc. And you go back to the places where these diamonds have been dug, and the whole forests have been destroyed just to pick up a piece of stone. Now that's barbaric. To wake up in the morning and create atomic bombs, nuclear bombs, and drop them on each other, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and etc. Now that's barbaric. And when you look at a nation that does not understand the environment, when you look at a people that don't understand nature, when you look at academic institutions that produce destroyers of environment, now those people that are doing those things, I think they deserve that title of being called barbaric. But the African cannot be barbaric.
P3 is now in St. Thomas. What's the number? 210-2333.
You can take a coin, and drop it into the toilet. You can take a coin and drop it into the bush, or put it in the dustbin, or put it in the mud. But when you pick it up and you clean it up, its value has not changed because of where you placed it. The African in our bloodlines, in our systems, does not matter where you have placed us. The melanin within us remains pure and good. All it takes for the young people is to know, first of all, identity. Who are you? And after knowing yourself, we need to do what we call walking the ancestral spaces. Like, just take the young people to the Mau battles. Let them walk around those spaces. Take them back to the forests. Let them learn, sit in front of the elders. Have those downloads. Something mysterious happens when you get to a place where you've never been, but your forefathers were. Everything that they saw is in you. And when you see it, you will remember. And remembering is not just of memory. You remember, you rejoin, you reconnect. So the issue of eating indigenous foods is not just for eating indigenous foods. It's to make sure that our taste buds become motherboards of collecting information that again resurrect our mindsets. Going places and dressing in this way, singing in this way, chants and drums and all these things are not just for entertainment. They're actually intended to be the connecting cables so that the African mindset can begin to get the signal which it used to get again. And it's a beautiful, beautiful space the young people of our generation find themselves in. Lucky, if I should say, that the old people like ourselves have come out from the pulpits where we've been hiding for all these years. And for the first time, we've begun to rally a campaign towards self-actualization, indigenization, and self-determination. Whereas Africans were saying, you don't need to go up there to Mecca to find God. You don't need to go to Jerusalem to find the grave where Jesus was buried. Maybe this thing is not there or over there. This thing is right over here. And how do they help themselves to find their truth? They need to find themselves. It starts off right here, in their hands. Who are the two grandmothers? Who are the two grandfathers who gave birth to your mother? Who are the two grandmothers? Who are the two grandfathers that gave birth to your father? So there is your mother, there is your father. When these two families come together, there you have your ancestral lines. And there is the first diamond you find, the birth canal through which all of us have come into existence. Putting your heads together become the first form of understanding literally who am I and where I'm coming from. This becomes my identity, both maternal and paternal. Look at genetics. You're already teaching science of how families are formed and how children are born and etc. It's all right here within our hands. And by the time we are telling people, now you're going to get married also. You want to go through there as a young man, but are you aware of what is hiding behind this person, this individual? So we begin to teach this knowledge system in the simplest of forms, which is the natural form. And this whole thing of going to school and you are teaching children in departments, you're going for English, no, English is finished. Go to history, history is finished. Go to this compartment kind of education is not real. It is fake. You end up being called a professor or a doctor because you have stayed too long in one class. But look at this. This is mathematics. And inside mathematics, this is biology. This is sociology. This is cosmology. And all of it in one sentence that you would actually allow your mind to run between here and there. And this for me is chemistry. In the highest form, how do you combine and out? What chemicals am I made out of? I'm made out of these ones. I'm made out of this one. So when I talk the way I talk, the question is, amongst these that make this, who amongst these had these qualities and how are they manifesting themselves? And if you go behind these 4 here, you find a whole bunch of 16 that is behind there and you expand it. So for you to understand the funnel of information and data that has been funneled through ceaseless ages of time to me, who is sitting in front of you today, you're not looking at me in the present, but you're looking at me in the past for everything that I am, was before. And I think only doctors have come to understand that. When you go to them and they ask you, do you have a history of diabetes in your family? Do you have a history of cancer in your family? Or did your mother also have fibroids? You know, why are they asking that? Because they know that the diseases of your parents will be immuted, transmitted from one generation to another generation. So is biology only good for diseases? So only thing that can be transmitted are diseases. What about brains? What about intelligence? What about spirituality? What about skills? And so biology has taught us only a tip of an iceberg, but the creation of the human being, the birth of a child, has much more in it than what meets the eye. Literally, the DNA is the biggest microchip that the world has ever seen. Gazillions and trillions of data, from shapes of teeth, to color of beard, to body marks, symmetry on the head, shape of the nose, How big must the cheeks go? And the body structure, how must it look? How will the brains function? What kind of memories are we sending forth? Ever wondered as a mother, you have a child, hardly 2-3 years old, and they're scared of snakes, and yet they've never seen a snake. And others are not scared of snakes. Tulak shall go and hold it. Why? Because in their ancestral memory, they could be carried trauma from one generation to another generation. This is why we are scared, politically speaking, when we talk to the Western world, particularly the colonizers. You abuse one generation, you kill them, you slaughter them, you butcher them, You indoctrinate a few of them to follow your ways, and they follow. But the trauma that you have already sent into the bloodstream of this generation, it will come out another year, another place, another space. And what will happen then becomes disaster. We need to live in harmony with each other and not cause trauma to each other, because trauma even also has a way of being transmitted from one generation to another. How does the youth work with this? Work with your trauma issues, work with your environment, understand where you're coming from, study yourself. Knowledge of self is the highest form of spirituality. The path of growth happens at various levels. It's a spiritual encounter where I worked in the religious space for almost 33 years plus as a bishop there.
P3 is now in St. Thomas. What's the number? 210-2333.
I climbed the ladder of religious hierarchy very swiftly and fast. And you get to the top, and my mind never stopped searching. In as much as my career was doing fine, my salary was fine, but this man that had told me about this Jesus, I was still looking for him, and I could not find him. So when I was young, I that he loves me and he cares for me. And many times I was looking for him underneath the church pulpits to find out this. They say, come to Jesus, come to Jesus. And people go to Jesus and go there also want to find out after church, where is he hiding behind the pulpit here? And I never found him. You grow up and then you are taught to read. No, he's in the Bible. He's in the Bible. So this God is actually hiding in a book. So I went on there, I read that book more than 18 times, from this to that side. And even the other day, I read it from the back to the front. A bit of Hebrew there, a bit of Greek there. Still could not find this fella. And then you are being told, no, when you're in theology school now, you need faith to believe. You needed faith. Then you start trying to find out, how do you believe in what you have not seen? And you look for that. And by the time I graduated and I started working, I was still asking, where is he? And then I was told, no, you can't ask us, where is he? You must now be telling us, where is he? Because you have been to school to study this thing. So I finally, had to stop a little bit and go back into myself. I had my own visions. I had my own dreams. I had my own encounters in various spaces with things of supernatural order that then moved my mindset from the common things that I thought never existed, and now to come face to face with them, it changed everything. The whole file of religion went into the dustbin, and all of a sudden I decided I need to start looking after myself. I need to start learning afresh. I need to start questioning things. And those of you who have been following on my Facebook page are in around 2011, 2012. Then I started asking these complicated questions, and people were saying, he's backsliding now. He's becoming a heathen. He's been becoming Antichrist. But for me, it was my journey. So it was both for me being an academic journey, but most especially also it has been a spiritual awakening of learning and knowing who I am, where I'm coming from, and where I am going, and above all, the satisfaction of life, the reduction of anxiety, and beginning to have a purpose and a reason for being. It changed quite a lot in my own spirit, and I should say I don't know everything. I'm just a student of life, but it's a journey that I'm prepared that we walk with other young people and be an example, because each journey is different. So I don't want to become prescriptive. Say, do this like they do in church. No, believe in Jesus. No, get baptized. No, then you're a Christian. I can't say that. All I can say is that find your truth. Walk your path. Some will end up in engineering. Some will end up in midwifery. Some will end up in cosmology. Some will end up in indigenous healings. Some will end up as teachers. Some will end up as presidents. But when you find the reason for being and you connect with the purpose to which you've come into existence, who is channeling? What energies are you channeling? What are you bringing to the table? When it arrives at the table, you're the happiest person alive. For me, that is the real purpose of life. So how did I get to where I am? When I started looking for the reason. Why am I alive? After baptizing all these thousands and opening all these churches. So what? Is this all? No, they're going to go to heaven and then they're going to come back again. Then if God wants us in heaven, then why did he put us on earth? Now it's a big logistical nightmare to kill us, move us to heaven, and bring us back here again. Some of these things stopped making sense altogether. And as I am right now, I should say, I don't even know how my life will end, but I will not stop learning.
Rastafari.
And give thanks.
My Lord and Empress Majesty, we have 16 minutes because we want to come off at 3:30 so we could set ourselves for the next week at 4 o'clock our time, 3 o'clock the hour time. All right, so the floor is open, my Lord and Majesty. Bless. My Lord and Empress, any comments? Well, one comment I would have to say, when him talk about, like the temple, gathering, like how I just still have service. And I see that as a strength still, because when like minds come and you hear me see the drumming and the thing from an African point of view, you can see that's a natural how job we rock Nyabingi and use that science this way. My Lord, floor is open.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Through the chair.
My Lord.
Yeah, man, first I just thanks to the video with Joshua Mapongo we just watched a while ago. Very, very powerful.
Yes,
African and the continent should listen that, should watch that. Very, very, very important. I don't know if I was able to hear the answer. Well, I wasn't able to hear the answers for the question, is death a human reality or is it?
We're not reason about that yet.
Well, we haven't reasoned about it. Okay, all right. Give thanks for that, my Lord. All right, over to the chair. Blessed Lord. Bless. Give thanks to everyone as well for the input, for the item. Love.
I think that reason to the time where we have here, it could be, I don't think we can. What the item think, my Lord?
That's a whole reason to itself,
It's a whole reason to itself. So we just open up the floor until 3:30 we want to bring it down. My Lord and Empress. So the floor is open, my Lord.
Blessed love, royal family.
Blessed love, Empress.
Blessed love, blessed love. I give thanks for this reasoning, I don't even know where to begin, everyone has spoken truth, and Priest Adigan mentioned, why why hasn't it reached the masses? And you know, this is the question that I have, and I work towards it every single day. Every single day, my purpose is to lift the vibration of those that I come in contact with, right? And so when we think about ourselves in our walk, right, and your relation to the universe and the Most High, you know, it is our duty every day to live the example for those who have arrived to a certain understanding about themselves and their relation to the universe and their purpose in this liberty. You will come in contact with people on a daily basis and share that light that you have, especially our youth. You know, when Priest Adigan mentioned that, you know, or just, you know, lifted up the idea of that, you know, the consciousness hasn't risen for the masses, it's because, you know, there's a battle between spirituality, righteousness and unrighteousness, and sin and unrighteousness, right? There's a strong battle every single day. And the issue is that those who have power, you know, the powers that be, our government, you know, those who run the world per se, you know, they're unrighteous people. And what they put out into the universe every single day is low vibrational thought, meditation. And so our young people who are coming up in this generation, they gravitate towards that because what these sinful things present to them is stronger than what righteousness is. They think, right? You know, I see it every day with our young people. And then because parents are becoming younger, they're not teaching the youth. So this cycle is continuing on and on and on, you know, and it's harder for us as African people because of the brainwashing. You know, we have been taken through a serious cycle, and it continues on generation after generation of our elders not continuing the journey. That's why I give thanks for being amongst the elders on this in the council, because you are doing the work. You have never left the work. I can't tell you how much of a gift that is, because oftentimes the young people are now trying to teach the elders because they have lost the way. It's like that wisdom is gone, you know. And so to be amongst ones who are studying to show themselves approved, it is a blessing to be here, you know, because now the young people are trying to step up. And again, you know, that saying of each generation get wiser but weaker. To some extent, I think that is the case. You know, young people are more knowledgeable because of the technology, but they're weak, right? And then the elders have just stopped learning. You know, there's many elders that can't speak on the science. You know, they're still very religious in the church, judgmental, you know, and we as Rasta too have to be careful with that as well, because some of those doctrines we still hold on to, you know, that has been mentioned, you know, and sometimes we're very judgmental, you know, oftentimes even within the liberty of Rastafari, we still judge one another, Nyabingi versus Bobo, and, you know, all these things that we are challenged with every single day. For me, I embrace all of Rasta, every aspect of Rasta, you know. And I think we have to start looking at things in a way where, and this is such a broad topic, it is so broad, but it's been simply put. I would say, Priest Knuckles, you know, bless you, you know, because you put things in a very simplistic but very powerful way that even the babe can receive it. And that's why we have to do, I truly believe only Rasta can liberate the people, right? You know, and I think the way that we do it is in a very humble way. You know, we can't speak over the heads of ones who haven't received certain levels of knowledge. And again, with Priest Adegun, you know, it is for us to go out and teach, you know, be amongst those, you know, and share the knowledge that we have, you know, and teaching. And really what we're doing is putting a mirror up to them so that they can see Christ's consciousness within themselves, you know, telling them, how do you come about that? You know, pull away from the world, you know, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. You know, I could go on and on, but this is a very broad topic, very broad topic. You know, it's very heavy too, because there's so much to it. And I think that's the beauty of spirituality, is that at the end of the day, we're going to all understand that almost all these things matter. Not one is greater than the other. The science, even religion. Religion, to me, when you look it up, it's a definition of what you rely on, the practices that you do every day. We practice religion. We come here every Sunday, same time, 12 o'clock. You know, that's a religious thing, you know? And so it's just very broad. I just give thanks, you know, I just give thanks that we are lifting this up, because we're also, you know, each of us in our own walk are growing to the next level, you know, in our own, you know, meditation and understanding of things. And we must remember that even when you have achieved certain knowledge, it doesn't mean that you are better. Not that we think this way, but just to share that one is not better than the other, right? Because children, I've learned from children, you know, because of what I've instilled in my youth. I also sit at their feet now because I trust what I put in them. And then my son, my daughter, they come back to me and they teach me things. So I think we have to sort of embrace spirituality and this liberty, you know, almost like a baby with care, you know. I just give thanks, you know. I just give thanks. You know, blessed love. This is a beautiful thing. This is a beautiful thing. We just now have to reach out, you know, instead of gaining the knowledge ourselves and hold it within ourselves. And, you know, oftentimes we'll come together, not saying us, but many ones will come together and argue and battle over religion, you know, and spirituality. And I think we should have this discussion more and more, because there's so much more to talk about. Even when we think about, you know, Haile Selassie, I have a story for that, you know, that I choose not to share right now. But for me, if I must say, who brought me into Rastafari will be Bob, you know, most definitely as a youth, you know. And so I think that this discussion, we should give, you know, some space for it every Sunday for a few weeks from now, because we all can glean certain things from this, you know. And as we are, I meant to say this, as we are going in our daily lives, if we want to lift the vibration of ones that we come in contact with, share as you are going, you know, like Priest Adigun said. I know for me, every single day, I teach my youth about Rastafari, you know, in my own way. I play reggae music, I play speeches, you know. I just shared with them the definition or the breakdown of the song War by Bob Marley. You know, that is my way, because I know that it will, you know, liberate the people. So even with the elders, as you come across young folks, you know, stop for a moment and share. Ask them, do they know the God within themselves, you know? And that's the way that we'll, you know, lift the vibration. If we can only get to the parents, that will be a whole nother situation, you know? But I just give thanks. I don't want to keep going, but I give thanks for the reason.
Love.
Yes, blessed love.
My Lord and Empress, and it's 3:25, you know. We really want to come
Right,
in with
boom.
the next minutes, you know. So flow open for the 5 minutes and then
One minute royal chair. Yes, I did also want to touch a little thing about at Priesthood got also and strength for the congregation. Because when it's like all hope kind of God, you know, but remember there was a 400-year prophecy, you know, the scattering of I and I, you know, so we say the kingdom is going down and the fifth kingdom is rising. So I really take a little time, because I used to say Russia and a lot of places speaking about, you know, the black saints, you know, one perfect love, there is no time, you know, they say. I remember Nebuchadnezzar also, you know, on the boss, Nebuchadnezzar, and you see, yeah, so no matter you see the ruler, them there, I want ruler, bless him, my Lord.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. And, you know, we hate to bring the reason because it's going very interesting, but, you know, true, we have a engagement and we like to be on time. We ask Honorable Co-Chair, Priest Lamont, to bring down the reasoning, my Lord. And I will leave at this one point, you know, I hear the cry of the Honorable Priest, and you only have power over yourself, so let your life be a living testimony. What we want to see, we must be, you know, and the God who live in our flesh, you know, going direct us in that spot. Honorable Priest Lamont, my Lord, bless it. Honorable Priest Lamont. I'm not on. Unmute your mic, Priest. Yeah. All right.
A priest, sir?
Yes, Honorable Priest.
Yeah, man, make prepare carry it down, my lord.
Yes, Honorable Priest. Bring it down, please.
Yes, my lord, as I and Empress and Prince and Princess. As I ask your virtual reverence, no, sir. It is not I life, although we are God, but we are connected, with the power of the Almighty. Make us to be one, one God, one aim, one destiny, Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard. Even here and there that went down upon the skirt of his garment. As it was and as a Jew that was set upon the mountain of Zion. For here Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. For hail our God, Selassie, Ethiopian God, Rastafari. For Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reigned the heart of our flesh. Now thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that I and I shall be saved and redeemed. How thou most high God, Rastafari. Yes, Lord, I don't know, the man say unity is the holy goal, the ultimate goal, so, it is the time for I and I, our sons and daughters, say, and I repent again, and I baptize again, and I born again, and make this unity be a reality. Because if we don't unite, this redemption going to take longer, because divided, I and I just struggle with Father. So give thanks, for the Father in the midst of the storm. One perfect love, royal family, my Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless and have a praise, my Lord and Empress. As they say, we're going to try reach forward by 10 to my Lord and Empress, so we can be on time. Okay? Blessed.
Blessed love.
Rastafari can take a little refresher and come forward in the next 20 minutes. Blessed love.
Recording stopped.
That subscribe button. See you on the next video. Ijahstars The Mindset. Smash that subscribe. See you on the next video. Ijahstars The Mindset. Smash that subscribe. See you on the next video.